Okay, good morning, everyone. Are we good online? Okay. I'd like to call to order at 9:30 a.m. Any additions to the agenda?
Yeah, I have two additions I'd like to add. I'd like to add that before we sign off on that new project on 540, 31 to 32, that we get an independent compaction test done and a core sampling done. The
Okay.
second one would be, I would like to hold off on all major road construction projects until Nick gets here so he can assess them properly.
Okay, we'll add the first one to infrastructure. Public Works and, okay, sorry, Public Works. Okay. 7A, perfect, okay. And then the second one will be, I guess, Public Works again. Yeah, okay, and we'll do that one there as 7A3, or 7A4, sorry, apologies. Okay. And Jurgen, you had some as well?
Madam Chair, I do have under Public Works as well, Ag Services. I received a request to send a letter of support, and I'd like to have that in discussion.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, can we have an acceptance of the agenda?
Dale, I'll
Okay.
move the agenda.
Okay, all in favor? Perfect. Okay, anyone for the public input session? No? Public input session? Nope, okay, perfect. Anyone online for public input session? Thank you. Okay, first up, we are going to just skip down to the Darwell Lagoon Commission project update. Brian.
So thank you for your time this morning. We are here to present an update on the Darwell Lagoon Commission, specifically for Phase B Part 2. Originally, we were going to present today the borrowing bylaw for the 1.6 million. However, there's a few things in dotting I's and crossing T's that we just wanted to bring to Council's awareness. And what we're asking for is direction from Council to work directly with the Darwell Lagoon Commission on some further details before we take that borrowing bylaw. As outlined in the report, a few of the things that we want to make sure are clear is that, number one, with the MGA in place, which governs when we borrow and when we use debt, it should only be used for a capital project. And because this asset is actually currently owned, utilized, and the project is managed by the commission, it is not currently Lac St. Anne County's asset. Therefore, borrowing debt for an operating expense of 1.6 million goes against the MGA. However, there is a clause within the MGA that requires that a minister exemption be given when we know that we would be working with the commission to transfer the asset over. So some of this is timing. The challenge that in going through the records and things is I can't right now find a memorandum of understanding that when this phase of the project is completed, that the asset would be transferred over, and I'd just like to have that as part of our record. And in order to do that, we're looking to ask that we meet with the commission and develop a letter that when this section is done, the asset would indeed change hands. That letter would then allow us to ask the minister to exempt that we're borrowing debt for a capital project that is not the county's capital project. The other thing that I think, and we heard from the public session in early May, is that we should have a conversation about how we will fund the 1.6 million in debt. Are we funding it through utility fees that are technically the commission's fees? Are we funding it through a loan agreement with the commission to repay the 1.6 million? Are we funding it as tax levy for all taxpayers, or some combination thereof? And I would like to bring back to yourselves potential funding models, but that requires, again, a conversation with the commission. Again, asset transfer, to have that in writing so that we can then move forward with the borrowing, and that we want to look at the timing. So this is a bit of sharpening our pencil on how we manage debt and how we draw from debt and actually start accruing interest. And so sometimes in the past, as soon as the borrowing bylaw is done, sometimes cities will pull the money out and stick it in the bank account for when you need it. And I would like to sharpen the pencil just a little bit more about borrowing it when we would actually need that cash flow. It's just a little bit of, let's say, fiscal prudence on anything you would, even in your home, you wouldn't want to take out a loan and then hold on to that loan and pay interest on it until you actually needed to spend that money. So having that conversation with the commission would allow us to then determine when they will need us to give them 1.6 million. And because potentially that draw would be needed more in 2027, I want to make sure the 2026 operating budget and the 2027 operating budget correctly reflect the principal and interest payments, because right now they are not reflected in the 2026 budget. So I'm just sort of tidying it up a little bit, wanting to open that conversation with the commission. And so this report is to ask for that guidance.
Perfect. Thank you. Questions? Yep. Oh, sorry, Dan.
So we're just dealing with Phase B, Part 2 at this point in time, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm just wondering how we financed Phase A, B, C, and D to allow Stantec to start with all the work. How does that relate to our finance?
I'll rely a bit on GM Hartman for this one, but my understanding is a majority of Phase A, it looks like a provincial grant at 90%. Phase C and D also look like they're grant funded.
So through the chair, so there's grant funding in place for all those phases as well. And currently they're all on hold until Phase B Part 2 gets funded and constructed. For instance, the engineering for the Lake Isle area, that was funded by the Darwell Lagoon. They paid the 10% to have the engineering portion freed up of the actual grant. So it's all documented. We can do a summary for you as well too, if that's required to tell you how it was funded.
Yeah, I'd like to see the whole picture on how this funding is being utilized. If Darwell Lagoon Commission paid for the engineering of Phase C, did that come from grant funding?
Through the chair, so grant funding is in place for Phase C. And so it was a matching 90%, 10% again. And so Darwell Lagoon Commission paid the 10% of just the portion to free up the money for the engineering portion. It's pre-engineering, it's not complete, and it's not even a substantial portion of the project, correct? We can do that summary and bring it back after we've completed the Phase B portion, but there's another funding discussion that needs to take place, but I suggest we deal with Phase B, Part 1, Part 2, get that complete, and then deal with the other components. So right now, we're not contemplating moving those forward till Phase B is complete and approved by you as council.
Sorry, Dale, then you're good.
So I have a couple of questions. One with respect to your financial aspect. In the past, we are aware of situations where at county level, a debenture was taken, not utilized, but part of it was drawn and part of that was put into a bank account. Part of that interest was there to cover something that had happened, and that was with respect to the fire department. And you're aware of that one. Now, so we're talking here on this particular one. I have concerns on the fact of this one, in the fact that by what we saw with the Darwell Lagoon Commission, their financial statement, doesn't provide enough funds to be able to pay this particular debenture back and or the interest. So that's a concern that I have on that, but I'm not sure, that's not something that our finance department would be answering. I think that would be something that the Lagoon Commission would be bringing forward, how they plan to pay for that. The second one that I want to know is, there has been a letter circulated previously where there's a possibility of allowing effluent, or not actually effluent, gray water into the Sturgeon, and was canceled. But in another letter from another organization, they said they had approval to do that. And in that letter, it stipulated that there was a breakdown between that group and the Darwin Lagoon Commission, and we didn't hear exactly what transpired in that whole conversation. But what it does bring to light for me is that what if in 2030 the government comes back to the Darwin Lagoon Commission and says you can no longer dump into the Pembina River? What happens at that point? And has that been looked at?
So
And that would be for the Darwin Lagoon Commission, not you, right, Jill? Not at all, so.
I'll answer the financial question. And we manage the financial reporting for the commissions, including the grant reporting going back and all of those pieces. And what I was hoping to do with your direction to go back to the commission and talk about finances and future funding is to sharpen the pencil a little bit more as well in what their financial statement says at the end of the year and the amount of cash in the account and what their cash flow plan is for this phase of the project. It is part of the grant that we fund that 10% as part of that overall project, just for this part that we're talking about now, Phase B, Part 2. But we will look at Phase B as a whole because there was some grant money left over, and we're working with the province and the federal government to potentially be able to use that. So having all of those pieces come together, I think will be helpful for the commission. What I wanted to assess with the commission is how their utility fees are structured. What does that currently include? Is it just maintenance, or is it maintenance, asset management, capital replacement, and debt and interest payment? And so until I have an understanding of what their user fees look like and what that all composes, it makes it difficult for us to have a recommendation on the debt. Part A, Phase B, Part 1, there was a borrowing bylaw for it. We did not pull all of the money for it. And I'm trying to assess as well with the commission is to how that would be recuperated. So there's a bit of more fine-tuned digging that needs to be had. But I would say that the commission's statement of financial position looks fairly healthy, but it is the 2025, and I would be looking to talk to them more about what are they forecasting for 26 onward. So we don't have the full picture, absolutely, and then I'll pass the baton.
So in terms of, through the chair, so in terms of the watershed and the Pembina, so Alberta Environment has engineers that are right on top of this, so we can go back and get your answer in terms of the 2030 projection as well too. We can get an answer definitely for that.
And that would be great.
Sorry, I think Jürgen, did you ask your question? Okay, Jürgen.
So just going back on to the first projects, an answer to the question, if the Lagoon Commission paid the 10% or whatever it was there, how did they get their money? Did that come from the county? Or what was, how did they get the money to get I believe it was 90% as well, that the $11 million project or whatever it was. And
So through the chair, It's just a small portion of engineering that was taking place. So they only had to match the 10% of the, I think it was 100,000 that's been spent. So they came up with $10,000 to fund that part. And so that was out of their reserves.
Okay, so the county paid nothing?
Correct, for that part of the engineering for the Isle Lake area. Correct.
No, I'm talking about Phase A, I think it was, the $11 million?
So no, that's
Or what is it?
Phase B,
Oh,
Part
B
1.
Part 1.
So
Okay.
Phase B, Part 1 was 90%, 50% provincial grant, 40% federal grant, and a 10% contribution from Lac St. Anne County. A bylaw was passed, Bylaw 08, 2023, to borrow 1.2 million to fund the capital, which, not being the capital of the county, probably missed the MGA piece that's been there before, but it is a debt that we have on our books. The bylaw noted that that the county shall levy and raise in each municipal tax year sufficient to pay the indebtedness. So what that means is this borrowing from 2023 is being paid back through tax levy across the county. And what I want to make sure is that I'm just being a bit more cautious to ensure we do things correctly and transparently for this next set of borrowing.
Okay, thank you. And so the $25 that is charged to each resident right now on our tax, the tax levy, that's what's paying for that? $25 per residence, that's on our tax bill.
I do not believe so, but I can
No?
check that.
So where's it coming from then? General revenue?
General tax levy, not utility rated.
Okay, all right. So the 25, what's the $25 used for then?
Through the chair. So that's just for lagoon maintenance and for placements and for ongoing maintenance of the actual lagoons. So it's specific to, that's what the bylaw says, it's specific to our 8 other lagoon, we have 8 total lagoons. And so that money goes towards that.
Okay, Mike and then Bo.
Just one question, or a couple, I guess. If that Part B Phase 2 gets done to the Northeast Lagoon, is there potential to generate more revenue? Because the lagoon will have more capacity to help pay back the funds. And if we borrow the money, we have to take over the asset. Do we take over both sections of the pipeline or just from the river? Because the first, or do we, what happens to the Darwell Lagoon Commission then?
Lots of questions in there, so we'll unpack that, and it's all good. It's a question for the commission of what their fee structure would look like for their revenue for the management of that lagoon, which is why we want to have this conversation with them. So I can't really answer that at this time. What pieces of that line would become part of our asset? I'd probably ask GM Hartman to answer that part, and I may have missed the third part.
Would we then, Lac St. Anne County, have to like start our own utility and it would all fall under the county's utility?
Well, then that's through the chair, that you're about 3 steps ahead of us now. So that's where I think once we get this other Phase B Part 2 installed, then we look at the utility model and how the transfer of assets will work. We're trying just to clean up financially with Jillian around. She will make sure that's done properly. And then the next stage is meeting with the Darwell Lagoon Commission, talk about how the transfer of assets could work, and then how down the road we become a separate utility perhaps and become like a wild water model where it's self-sustaining and it becomes, but that would involve the North 43 Lagoon Commission. So you've got another commission there as well too that you have to monitor and understand what their goals are as well. But that's a future plan and a really good idea.
Okay, Bo.
Just curious what the general revenue is of the Darwell Lagoon Commission.
So looking back at the audited financial statements, the actual disposal fee revenue was $160,802. They had a surplus at the end of the year, but I'd have to find more information on their exact reserves for you.
We can bring that back through an email.
Okay, Dale?
So basically, I think you can, maybe I shouldn't say that. There's a few of us on council that realize that the model that we've been using might need upgrading, and we're talking about creating a utility where it can actually be responsible for the function. We have now a piece of an asset that we're paying for that we don't own. And it's a difficult situation, and I think that what we need to do, and I believe administration is working towards a new model.
So through the chair, you're absolutely correct. However, the nuance is that 60% of the Darwell Lagoon Commission is owned by Lac Saint Anne County. So we've got a small little twist that, you know, that's why we're trying to manage this right now and get it to be clean. It's really, really that simple, right? Because you as Lac Saint Anne County have 2 board members out of the 4 on that commission. So you do own part of the asset inherently already.
Okay. If there's no other questions, we can entertain a motion. There's only one option, but. Sorry, Mike? Okay, option 1 was that County Council receives the Darwell Lagoon Commission Project Phase B Part 2 update for information and direct administration to work on the details located in the report. All in, oh, sorry, discussion?
I just want to make a comment. I think this is definitely a good route to go, is to have administration meet with the Darwell Lagoon Commission. There are questions, a lot of questions, and possibly we can find some solution to this that works better. And all the questions, I think, were really good questions and important ones to be answered. And I'm very much in favor of doing this, and that gets done rather quickly, and hopefully the Lagoon Commission can set up a meeting within the very near future to I mean, we've got 2 council members on that commission. That's really important, but might be an idea that we as council come and listen to it as well.
Barry?
One thing I did want to bring up, Stantec was supposed to provide a bidder requirement list, an official one, to become a vendor to do the projects. We haven't seen the official one, and then they wanted the deadline by June 2nd, I believe. I haven't seen any of that.
Yeah, so through the chair, that's all on hold until this funding model gets set out. So there's no bidder list, there's no negotiations, there's nothing going on. So yes,
Okay, I
correct.
just wanted to make sure why we hadn't seen it.
We haven't forgotten about that request, and but because it's paused, we don't want to assume anything and assume that they're going through a short listing process. So that's just like right here. So we have not forgotten about that. It'll be
No, I
provided.
appreciate putting the brakes on until we get this sorted out.
Okay, Dale?
So did you get enough direction?
I believe so, following what's in the report and the questions that were provided today. It, you know, and just to add one level of complexity, because GM Hartman is correct, there are 2 members of this council, along with the 2 summer villages, that make up the 4 members of the commission. And so sometimes we're putting our commission hat on when we say we, and who's working on those pieces, and sometimes it's the county's hat. And so we will work very closely with the commission. We will have to ask the commission to host a meeting and officially vote on some of these things. It can't be member by member, because it does require a 3-4 decision-making piece. So we're following the governance transparently this way. But yes, I think we do have enough direction.
Thank you.
Okay, if all in favor? Carried. Okay, do we have enough time to do the Darwell School? Yeah? Okay, perfect. Okay, next is the West Interlake District water line to the Darwell School.
Okay.
Yep.
A quick point of order. I don't think we did the adoption of the minutes. Sorry.
No, we'll do that real fast. Okay, adoption of the minutes. Discussion? No, everyone's read it? Okay. All in favor? Done. Oh, Ed. Okay, sorry, Brian, go ahead.
So thank you again. GM Hartman and I are tag teaming this one as well. Good news story on this one. There is reserve funding that has been earmarked to contribute to this project. Where we're seeking your guidance is to work to create a capital project within our budget, because right now this is not a capital project on Lac St. Anne County's docket. And we will bring that forward with funding and funding agreements outlined as $250,000 coming from Wild and $50,000 coming from the school board. Then Lac St. Anne County would be required to pay for the difference up to $342,000. The reason, again, we're sharpening the pencil on this one is we expect this line to be completed in 2026. So we would be taking on an asset in 2026, and therefore we should have an approved capital budget by council. The funding for the full line right now is based on a quote, which is included in your package. And that final quote price tag is $592,000. However, within that, there is GST and contingency, and we'll be waiting until we have the final costs from the project, which is being managed by Wild. So that's why this report says up to a certain amount, because that project has not been completed. But we also want to secure funding agreements in writing with the two other funding partners. Then when the project is completed, that asset would be signed over to the county. We would place it within our structure, ensure that we have operating budget for it moving forward as well.
Perfect, thank you. Questions? Bo?
Just curious, that line has started. It's in the ground. It was done about 2-3 weeks ago. How does that happen without our approval on funding?
So through the chair, it's Wild Water's capital project. So they took on the bidding and they received it and they installed this line through their capital project means. We have a motion from April 14th, 2025 for the funding of $360,000 from Community Aggregate Fund. So it was approved by council. And so approval was given. Yeah. And so GM Campbell, though, is here to potentially come up with an alternative source of funding. And that's her message from this RFD in front of you.
Okay, Dale.
So the actual funding and needs to be clarified for the rest of council so they understand, as I sit on the Wild Water, the line that gets put in goes to one of our customers, which is the Darwell School, which after the line is put in, we will get revenue from not only a monthly service charge, but a usage fee. Am I correct?
Through the chair, correct. There's a flat fee and then there's also a consumption fee as well too, but that basically is just covering the cost that we pay Wild for the supply of that water.
Mike?
On this, so we're gonna assume this asset once it's built. Do we assume all the other assets for the water lines going to the water fill stations, or are they still Wild? Are they part of the commission?
Through the chair, that's a great question. And in terms of clarification, Wild owns all their assets up to the Darwell Fire Hall truck station. This is only a small line. It's a 2-inch line that goes all the way through to Darwell School. After this project is done, they will allow Lac St. Anne County to own that part of the asset. So it's a different kind of model in terms of they're calling that a supply line. So down the road in 4 or 5 years, Lac St. Anne County could say, well, there's Darwell people that would want to get off the well system, and we could propose actually if there's a air gap system and an ability to store some water, we could actually allow that to be tapped into to allow other users. In fact, then Darwell could have water from the Wild Water system. But typically Wild owns and operates and keeps all the truck fill stations as their assets. And that's still the case in Lac St. Anne County. This is considered a feed line specific to the school at this time. One customer.
Bo.
So why isn't Wild Water funding this whole transmission line? Why are we getting involved? This is a one-of situation in their lines, in the ownership of their transmission line.
Yeah, through the chair, it was just a business decision of the council at the time. And so now the school wanted clean and safe water for our children at the Darwell School. And that's how that started. So it was a decision at the time of council.
Okay, Dale and then Barry. Dale?
Go to Barry, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Barry?
What kind of fees do we charge?
So through the chair, that's our fees through the water bylaw that we just adopted. So I could pull that for you and send it out to you again too. It shows you the flat rate. It shows you the consumption fee. And then we also charge a fee to cover the utilities crew to do a chlorination test as well too. So it's much like the Rich Valley School. Our crew takes a weekly back T test and makes sure it's safe for consumption. And
Okay,
we're,
so
we're recovering all our costs on that.
we have made sure the fees will cover the cost of that line, and if it has to be replaced in 10 years.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, also, is Wild Water the only one doing construction on these projects, or do they tender it out?
Through the chair, I do believe they tender these projects out through a competitive market.
Okay,
So, with respect to that question, sitting on the Wild Water, they do tender everything out. And it's not just one, and they do open the tenders at those meetings. So we can see who's bidding, and not always is it the same. Generally speaking, though, it has been the same in the past, other than the very first part of the system, which was done by a different person, which was a low-end approval and a tender, and it's been a problem ever since. So they do look for sure. But I wanted to bring up, I remembered what I was talking about was we have 2 customers currently. Am I correct?
Through the chair, you're asking through water services from the Wild Water? We actually have 3. We've got 2 schools. I'm including this school and the RV park as well too.
Okay, so that particular line going from the main line in, did we contribute to those? Off the main feeder line? Or did Wild do that?
Through the chair, so Wild funded that portion. We'd have to check on the school I'm not sure about the school funding model. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Mike?
Quick question, if we're doing a 2-inch line, I don't know how far that is. If Darwell if more people want to hook up, would we be better off to upsize that to like a 3 or 4-inch line if there's more people looking to hook up to it in the future?
So through the chair, Wild looked at that extensively, and there's also a requirement anytime they're tying in to do an air gap system along with its own reservoir. So it can be trickle fed off hours, off peak hours, so that's been addressed. So that's plenty of capacity for a 25-year growth projection of the Darwell Village.
Okay, any other questions? No? Could we get a motion? There's 2 options.
I'll move option 1.
Option 1. Option 1 is that the county council approves capital budget for the amount of $592,348 and to direct administration to sign agreement as note with Wild and Northern Gateway Schools. Discussion?
I thought the total we're paying was $360.
It is,
342.
because we're going to be taking ownership of the asset, it is the full capital amount, and then we'll show funding partners underneath it. So the net is the 392 for us.
Okay, just clarifying.
Nope, thank you.
So, and to add to that, there are other partners involved that are kicking money in, right? So, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Okay, all in favor? Perfect, carried. Okay, sorry, I'm 4 minutes behind schedule. Is our 10 o'clock presentation here? Yes, perfect. Dale? Oh, sorry. Tracy? Yeah, your presentation, you're ready to go. Perfect. Yeah.
Is the presentation going to come up? Yeah. Yeah, I could do it for sure. So it's just advance them with the arrows.
Otherwise, people on Zoom won't hear you.
Right. Okay, thanks. Yes, good morning. Really happy to be here today and to meet the new council. My name's Tracy Friedel. I'm the president of the Lac St. Anne Métis Community Association. And yeah, just here to share a little bit of information about our community and as I said, a good chance to meet with the group here. I don't think that quite worked like I... Is it a PDF? So I just have to, I guess I have to go down like this. So yeah, I'll chat a little bit about the community, talk about our housing projects. I see that we've only got the one in Stony Plain listed here. We have a new housing development in the county as well. Some of the stewardship activities that we're involved with, economic development, and some external events that we have coming up as well. So just to begin with, I'm not sure how much you know about the Lac St. Anne Métis community. It's a community that emerged in the context of the fur trade in the early 1800s. And so, you know, before there was an Alberta, before there was a Canada, there was certainly a group of people that emerged in that context. So the fur trade was, pretty active in this area beginning in the latter part of the 1700s and into the 1800s. And what would happen essentially is that fur traders, whether they were French or in our community's case, Mohawk as well, came out with the fur trade companies, and they would intermarry, if you will, with local peoples. And eventually there was a fairly substantive group of what at the time was called half-breeds, but of course that term is no longer used today. And so once there was, a fair number of those individuals, all related by kinship in certain areas, that was effectively the start of the community. In terms of the community, my mom, for example, was born at Lac St. Anne at the old settlement site, and all of our members are effectively the descendants of that historic community that existed before Alberta, before Canada. And so, we did incorporate the Community Association in 2018 to, more effectively represent our Métis Aboriginal rights and interests, and also, pursue economic development and activities such as that. Clearly, we were a community and have been a community for a very long time, but you need to have a legal entity to do many things. So this is the reason that we incorporated the Community Association. In 2022, we were successful in getting through what the government of Alberta calls their Métis Credible Assertion process. I don't know how much you know about Métis rights. The Pauli decision of 2003 is instrumental in, beginning to carve out what what constitutes Métis rights. So that decision is still very relevant today. Alberta's process is very much focused around they call it the Pauli test from that Supreme Court decision. And so we were successful in getting through that process in 2022. There are 2 Métis communities in Alberta who've been successful in that process so far, and that's Fort McKay Métis in the oil sands region, as well as ourselves. There are a number of other communities going through the process. I'm not privy to what stage they're at. It took us a number of years. It's an incredible amount of information that we had to provide to Alberta. It's a very iterative process, and ultimately we were successful. This means that today we are consulted on projects in our consultation area. Alberta has assigned us a consultation area based on our history and present. And so, for example, when I guess it was the sewer line went in past the old settlement a couple years ago, we were directly consulted on that through the Aboriginal Consultation Office. So that's an example of, what the credible assertion, has resulted in is being on the ACO list for certain projects. Just, I was mentioning the housing in Lac St. Anne County, so sort of proximate to the old settlement, immediately west of the pilgrimage grounds, if you will. We've built this housing development. It's for seniors. It's 12 units. We're just in the process now of finishing up the landscaping this spring and putting another layer of asphalt on the road there and so forth. They're 8 bungalows with attached single garages, and we have 4 duplexes also with attached single garages. We will have occupancy this year, folks moving into these units. The funding for the development came from the Indigenous Housing Capital Program, as well as some other federal funding that we received for energy efficiency, and the remaining balance came from CMHC through their Affordable Housing Fund financing. So this exists. It was a fair bit of work with the county as well to get the services onto the site. We had redistricted it successfully back in, I'm going to say, early 2022. So we do now have all servicing on site. We did work with the province as well to get a fire suppression system on this location, so we also have that as well. We are also working on this development in Stony Plain. So back in, I'm going to say 2021, there was it was a couple years after the RCMP had moved out of the detachment in Stony Plain. The federal government put this parcel of land available for expressions of interest through the Federal Lands Initiative program. I believe this process was limited to Indigenous groups at that time within a 200-kilometer radius. So we did submit an EOI and were invited to submit a proposal, and ultimately were selected for this parcel here. So the title is now in our name, and that purchase was completed, I believe, in 2022. We did redistrict this parcel as well. And so what we're building here, beginning, I believe construction will kick off next spring, is 52 units. I believe they'll all be affordable housing units, 1 to 4 bedroom. A number of those will be fully accessible as well. And there will be an on-site amenities center for the residents, as well as an early learning and childcare center for the residents as well. So we anticipate construction to take up to 18 months on this. So completion likely to be late 2028. I should mention as well on this one, we have been approved for Indigenous Housing Capital Program funding for this development also, and we're just in the process now of working with the new Build Canada Homes Agency, which I'm sure you're aware of, as well as CMHC. So just moving that one along as well. There's a bit more details here on the slides regarding this particular development. I did want to also mention some of the stewardship activities we're involved with. So we have a consultation department. Again, you know, we're consulted on many different kinds of projects in Alberta: pipelines, power lines, coal mines, any number of things, nuclear facilities that are coming, AI data centers, and very small projects as well, like well pads and that kind of thing. So a very, very busy situation with consultation currently. And as you can imagine, it seems to be ramping up right now. We're in a little bit of a different time in terms of energy development at this juncture. We do a lot of Indigenous monitoring with federal regulators. This is something that, for example, the Canada Energy Regulator initiated about 2019 or so, and so we have, you know, some of our members have worked quite closely with the federal regulators over a number of years now. We also do a lot of monitoring with proponents, so we have our members, you know, working with proponents as construction is happening on various projects. We also do some environmental monitoring with our business partners, so we have a number of partners who work on these major projects, and so we're able to get members involved there as well. We're involved with some of the local watershed groups, for example, LILSA, and so on. So we've been involved with them for a few years also. And we do a lot of, you know, member-specific initiatives like land-based culture counts and that kind of thing. So pretty active in this space. And then we do, lastly, I did want to leave a little bit of time for questions and discussion. We have a number of events that, you know, we put on each year. So Métis Week. Typically, Métis Week happens around the date that Louis Riel was executed in November. So each year we put on a public event then. Last year we worked closely with the Alberta Beach Historical Village and Museum on an exhibit that is now there, focused on our community and our history. And then each year we have this large event that happens in Stony Plain. I believe it's on the 4th week of July each year. So this year, July 25th, and we have a number of performers and activities and that type of thing. It's a free event. We invite people, you know, far and wide to come in and enjoy the music, visit the artisans, take part in the horseback riding, horse and wagon rides, whatever they're interested in. It's really an opportunity to learn more about our community and you know, really begin to meet people and that type of thing. We work closely with the Tri-Region on this particular event because that's where it takes place as well. So yeah, that's, I think, what we wanted to say. You know, I'm a member. I'm currently the elected president of the Community Association. I'm actually a retired professor. I worked for a number of years at UBC in Vancouver in Indigenous education. But I've been, involved with the community, obviously, my whole life and serving in this role for the last 4 years. So happy to have any questions or speak to you about any topics of interest for sure.
Awesome. Thank you, Tracy. Questions? Sorry, Jürgen. Sorry, Bo.
Thank you for your presentation. Just a question. It's very interesting. You guys are very active, but do you have any other plans that affect us in the county of Lac-Saint-Anne? I see you're doing a lot in Stony Plain and a little bit here in the county. But do you have any plans, further plans that we should be apprised of?
Yeah, our housing development that we built in the county here was actually phase 1 of what's envisioned to be a 2-phase project. So, you know, there will be a point in time where we will come back, hopefully sooner rather than later, to advance that second phase at that location. There's 12 units there now. Our original plan was an additional 12 units as well as a couple of congregate care buildings also, and a little bit of a gathering center for the residents. So that's something certainly that we would like to come back with at some point.
So where exactly is that location?
Do you know where the church is in Lac Saint Anne? The parish, the church? The mission, yeah. It's immediately west of there, yeah. On Range Road 40. Yeah.
Sorry, Bill.
Just a question on that particular project. You mentioned the infrastructure was done in 2022. What is the infrastructure you have there for sewer, water, et
Yeah.
cetera?
So what we ended up doing, and that was a bit of a puzzle for sure on that site. You know, we looked at a lot of different options, but we ended up going with, we have septic tanks, but they feed into a treatment center on site. So it's basically, you know, I think it's a 3 or 4 stage treatment, underground treatment infrastructure that basically, when the water comes out, you know, they say it's drinkable. I don't know that I would do it, but it's effectively, yeah, it's been treated and that type of thing. We did that, we're really focused on energy efficiency, and we didn't, you know, want, you know, we were looking at probably, you know, 2 to 5 trucks, you know, per week or more than that coming in to kind of empty septic tanks. So we really wanted to, you know, to be able to, so it was a significant investment, but we did do that. On the water, we have cisterns currently. We do have a plan to connect to the wild water system. And so there's been a lot of work, I think, done with your folks here on, you know, what that design needs to look like. We've done a bit of the design around it. I don't think we'll advance that work this summer, but we're looking at next summer to finish that off so that effectively we wouldn't have water trucks hauling water either.
So currently you have a water treatment center. Where does the water dissipate to?
We don't have a water treatment center. We have a septic treatment
Oh, sorry, septic
infrastructure.
treatment. Yes, that's what I meant.
Yeah, it's a huge field in the west part of the property. Yeah.
Dale.
So, in that first consultation, had you ever been approached by Darwin Lagoon Commission to possibly hook to that system?
Yeah, that's the water system. Oh, for
No,
the
the lagoon.
sewage?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my understanding is it's not a collector system, is what we were told. And so, yeah, I don't think there was an option at the time that we were, you know, having to determine how to manage this. Yeah.
Yeah, the reason I asked that question is things are changing and it may be an option in the future.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, it would probably be quite relevant for us in that phase 2 then, for sure. I mean, it was an option that we would have liked to pursue, but it wasn't available at the time.
Okay, any more questions? No, could we get a motion to accept this presentation for information? Barry, sorry, all in favor? Carried.
Great. Thank you so much.
To respect time, I think we could do a 7-minute break so that we are on time for the open house, if that's okay with everyone. We're gonna do a 7-minute break, just so that we respect the time and we make sure that the open house, the public hearing is starting promptly at 10:30. Good?
All right, I'm chairing this portion of the meeting. That's the public hearing. And I would like to call for a motion that a public hearing for bylaw 22-2017-01-2026 to amend land use bylaw 22-2017 Lot 4, Block 1, Plan 1624304 within the southeast of 53-5304 west of the 5th Meridian from Agriculture 1 District to Commercial Recreation District, and bylaw 13-2006 to adopt the Whitewood RV Park Expansion Area Structure Plan for Lot 4, Block 1, Plan 1624304 within southeast of 53-5304 west of the 5th Meridian be opened at 10:30 a.m. with a summary from administration to be read into court. Will someone make that motion, please? Barry? Discussion? All those in favor? That motion is carried. Bo?
I'd just like to mention that I'll have to recuse myself from this as I am a campground owner in Lac St. Anne County. But you can be rest assured that this council will take care of everybody in Division 5 for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Bo. Have a good coffee break. All right, so next I will ask Trina to make the presentation from administration.
Thank you. Trina Lane, Manager of Planning and Development for Lac St. Anne County. Administration will read into record a summary outlining residents' concern and residents in favor of or in opposition of for the purposes of this public hearing. So just a little bit of a summary and a background. A 9-hole golf course and RV park was approved under Development Permit 3992, Land Use Bylaw 0790, and the property has operated in various forms since 1992. This permit expired due to non-use and change of ownership. A new permit approval was issued under 10-D0065 for Whitewood Links Golf and RV in 2010 under Land Use Bylaw 16-2008. This permit expired due to non-use and change of ownership. The current owner purchased the property in 2017 and has actively worked to bring the property into compliance with our current land use bylaw. An application was received on October 11th of 2024. The applicant has submitted the area structure plan in conjunction with the redistricting application that was received March 11th, 2026. First reading was given April 23rd of 2026. The sequence of development proposed for the area: 32 30-amp service sites, 6 sites with direct drainage to septic system, 26 sites with sewage holding tanks, 32 sites with water hookup, wash house, men and women's, both with 2 showers and 2 toilets, 2 sinks, laundry facility, washer dryer, coin operated, playground area, volleyball area, basketball net area, soccer, bocce ball, baseball field, games room, chicken coop, ping pong table, air hockey, books, board games, off-leash dog area, walking trails, 10 visitor parking stalls, central garbage disposal pickup bi-weekly, one-way traffic circle, community fire pit with water hose. The development phasing that is proposed is Phase 1, 20 new sites, the spring of 20.
Slow down, please, so we can absorb this information.
Sure. Thank you. So the development phasing is Phase 1, 20 new sites, spring of 2026. Phase 2, 20 new sites, fall of 2026 or spring of 2027. Phase 3, 23 new sites, fall of 2027 or spring of 2028. The land use proposed for the area, either generally or with respect to specific parts of the area: 5.42 acres of the lands for new development. Add up to 63 new seasonal sites, bringing the total to 95 seasonal sites. The density of population proposed for the area, either generally or with respect to specific parts of the area. Whitewood RV Park operates on a seasonal basis from May through October, weather and frost dependent. From November through April, the campground is considered off-season with little to no occupancy, 1 to 2 occasional visits as per leases and insurance requirements. The general location and design for transportation routes and public utilities, access and roadway standards, primary access as per the proposed area structure plan. The development shall utilize the existing access road onto Range Road 43. No additional direct access points to Range Road 43 shall be created unless approved by Lac St. Anne County. Intersection configuration. The existing Type 1A rural intersection configuration shall be maintained. No geometric upgrades shall be required unless future traffic volumes exceed those evaluated in the approved traffic impact assessment. Traffic operations. Development shall proceed in accordance with the traffic impact assessment, which confirms that the intersection operates at level of service A under existing and projected 2049 conditions. No auxiliary turn lanes, signalization, or roundabout installation shall be required unless warranted by future county review. Internal roadways shall be privately owned and maintained by the developer. Internal roadways shall be designed to accommodate emergency service vehicles in accordance with Lac St. Anne County requirements. Internal circulation shall utilize one-way loop configurations where feasible to reduce vehicle conflicts, maintain low operating speeds, and support pedestrian safety. The general location and designed for drainage works, water and sanitary network, stormwater management plan. The subject lands contain an established stormwater management system, originally constructed in conjunction with the former 9-hole golf course. This system has been maintained over time and will continue to be inspected, maintained, and upgraded as required to support the proposed campground expansion. Water servicing. Each new campsite will be serviced by an individual septic holding tank. A report in accordance with Section 23 of the Water Act specifies that Whitewood RV Park is presently serviced by 2 on-site groundwater wells located adjacent to the clubhouse. These wells supply the existing treated water system and have historically supported seasonal operations. A letter of conformance dated May 30th of 2025 has been issued by Alberta Health Services, confirming regulatory compliance of the water system. A geotechnical study. A geoscientific assessment was completed January 2nd of 2026. That was done to evaluate geological conditions, shallow groundwater constraints, peat deposits, drainage patterns, and potential environmental hazards that would be associated with the proposed expansion of the park. A comprehensive groundwater supply analysis, 2025 update, was prepared to evaluate the long-term sustainability of groundwater resources that are required to service the development. The analysis updates earlier hydrological work and incorporates revised development plans and realistic water demand projections. The geotechnical assessment concluded that the site is developable for seasonal RV use. No basements, cabins, or permanent structures are proposed within the development at this time. Peat deposits can support RV loading under typical groundwater conditions. Risks associated with shallow groundwater and peat fire have been mitigated. Peat fire mitigation measures are incorporated into campground operational policies and site design, including fixed fire pit locations, non-combustible bases, prohibition of accelerants, vegetation management, and compliance with all county and provincial fire restrictions. The biophysical study. The biophysical assessment determined that the site contains 3 seasonal wetlands. No direct wetland impacts or permanent losses are proposed. Hydrological connectivity will be maintained. Wildlife impacts can be effectively mitigated. No Water Act approval is required. Environmental impacts will be low with mitigation implemented. The traffic impact assessment. A detailed traffic volume projections, peak hour analysis, and roadway impact assessments are provided within the traffic impact assessment summarized in the technical reports section of the area structure plan. These findings indicate that the seasonal expansion is not expected to generate significant adverse traffic impacts on the surrounding roadway network. The applicant has completed the Whitewood RV expansion area structure plan as part and in conjunction with the redistricting application. Summary of notice to adjacent landowners. The developer hosted an open house on October 7th, of 2024. The first reading of the bylaw were carried April 23rd of 2026. In practice, if an application falls within the general principles of applicable legislation, first reading is provided to allow for the assigning of a bylaw number and initiation of public engagement to ensure transparency and community involvement. Public hearing notice was mailed to 189 landowners within Lac St. Anne County and Parkland County within a 2-mile radius of the proposed bylaw on April 27th of 2026. Notice was advertised in Lac St. Anne Bulletin May 11th and 18th. Advertisement along with proposed bylaw was also available on the website. Plans, reports, and studies. Included within the area structure plan, campground rules, groundwater supply analysis, geological study, biophysical report, open house comments, traffic impact assessment. Within the body of the area structure plan are also recommendations and mitigation factors related to the above studies. Size and scope of the development in relation to services. Private sewage disposal system permit will be required for each holding tank and must comply with Alberta Safety Codes Act. Road infrastructure is reviewed at the time of development permit application and may be subject to public works requirements or upgrades. No geometric upgrades shall be required unless future traffic volumes exceed those evaluated in the approved traffic impact assessment. Taxes. Robert Smith, Assessment and Taxation Manager for Lac St. Anne County, has stated that he has no evidence that the RV park would affect assessments in the area. The addition of a business such as an RV park would generally help support the county within their taxes as they are taxed at a higher rate. Capacity in terms of residential occupation. The area structure plan provides evidence to support the proposed density of the recreational sites at the Whitewood RV Park expansion area structure plan. Based on the total land area, this equates to approximately 2.7 people per acre, representing a low-density recreational land use consistent with rural development patterns. Future expansion. Any proposed future expansion will be subject to the legislation in place at the time of application. The existing area structure plan, intermunicipal development plan, municipal development plan, and land use bylaw, and new applications will be required. Monitoring to ensure compliance. The applicant, landowner, will be responsible for the patrons operating following their set rules. A development permit will be required if the redistricting and area structure plan bylaws receive final reading. If the development permit is approved, subject to conditions, the developer applicant shall be responsible for obtaining and complying with any required permits from federal, provincial, and other regulatory bodies. Increased noise, littering, thefts, vandalism, and break-ins. The area structure plan states that the demographic for the campground remains low intensity, seasonal in nature. Municipal enforcement services would respond to any animal control bylaw, traffic enforcement, and essential public services outside the scope of the development. I'm now going to read a summary of questions that were received in opposition of the proposed development. Firstly, they ask that rezoning not be considered until answers about the proposed expansion can be provided to the following questions. Have all the plans, including all proposed systems, such as sewage treatment, been reviewed by a structural mechanical engineer or other qualified expert who is independent of those employed by the developer? Has the county conducted an independent environmental impact study? Has the county fully considered the size of this proposal? When considered in this light, are proposed public works, water supply, sanitation, etc. sufficient? Are increased recreational tax revenues sufficient to pay for necessary services to what will be, in effect, a municipality, policing, upgrading, maintaining roadways, etc.? Has the county considered how densely populated this quarter section will at times be? Is the plan realistic given this density? Has the county considered requesting the developer reduce the scope, at least to the population density of a municipality, for example, 40 to 60 sites, as a condition of approval? If the county approves this development, what will be in place to prevent the developers from expanding to the originally proposed 230 sites now or in the future? How will the county monitor to ensure the project is maintained to protect the local environment, property values, etc.? Has the county thoroughly researched the developer, researched confirmed involvement and performance in past projects, if any, contacted and confirmed the validity of references, if any, considered ties to the community and problems with accountability, if insufficient? If problems arise within the development and local residents incur damages as a result, how sure is the county that this developer will be accessible to be held financially accountable for these damages without having to incur substantial legal costs to locate responsible parties? What restrictions will be in place in regards to individual renters' land use within the development? For example, mechanical and aesthetic soundness of RVs, noise restrictions, fire pits, quads, rental of units, pets potentially chasing neighboring livestock, etc., and how will they be enforced? Recreational landowners do not support local businesses and community organizations, for example, volunteer fire departments, to nearly the same degree as do residential landowners. The proposed site is located in an area increasingly in demand for residential use. Has the county considered the opportunity, cost of lost future local residential revenues that this site may generate with different zoning? How does the county plan to increase police presence, law enforcement in the immediate area of the proposed development? What recourse do neighboring parkland residents have? How will the county monitor the increase in traffic on local roads for maintenance, upgrades, and safety issues? And what plans are in place to improve roadways? How will the interests of local agricultural producers be protected when they will be outnumbered by vacation property owners whose interests differ substantially? Why is this site considered of higher recreational potential due to its scenic or recreational value as claimed in the application for rezoning? It is not exceptionally scenic and leans towards being muskeg. There had been a 9-hole golf course on the property, which isn't exactly naturally occurring. Some additional concerns include traffic, quads, bikes. Will it be a racetrack? Crime, fire hazard, capacity restrictions, site management, garbage, biophysical field assessment done, wetland assessment done. Due to changing land, a full slate of government regulations and surveys must be met. Potable water management. 2024 open house developer stated proposal would be emailed, never received. Privacy, safety, noise. Who will enforce rules by what authority? Is there substantial benefit to the county that exceeds services provided? Mindset should be with the local residents perceived and real disruptions, for example, excessive traffic. Posted speed limit on Township Road 540. Would now like to read a summary of comments in favor of the rezoning, which I apologize is not included in the written summary that you have received. However, administration will read it for the record. Some comments in favor of best managed, respectful, maintained, enforcing expectations, clean, quiet, safe, positive economic benefits, supporting local business, full support, confidence in new owners to manage the growth, positive effect on surrounding areas, preservation of land, family orientated, family benefits, positive experiences, strong, vibrant community, intergenerational connections, sustained, predictable local economy support, environmental stewardship, enforced rules, peaceful, strong support, positive addition, safe, strict in enforcement, good communication with the owners, not a party zone, 100% deserving expansion. The following is a summary of comments and mitigation measures as listed in the area structure plan, and comments from adjacent municipality, Parkland County. Alignment to Parkland County and Lac St. Anne County's shared intermunicipal development plan. The intermunicipal development plan, the parcel is designated as residential. Within the municipal development plan, the parcel is designated as rural residential in the policy area, agricultural in the future land use concept. Land use bylaw 22-2017, our current land use bylaw, the parcel is designated as agricultural 1. Comments from public, Lac St. Anne County residents. As of May 21st of 2026, 1 call received and 23 letters of concern submitted, which we spoke to. The majority of letters received were very similar in nature, with the exception of a few additional comments that were added. As of May 21st of 26, 1 returned letter, same name as a letter of concern that was submitted. As of May 26th, 6 letters of support received, unknown resident location. Comments from public, Parkland County residents. As of May 21st of 2026, 2 letters of concern were submitted. The majority of letters were received were very similar in nature. Comments from the public, unknown resident location. As of May 21st of 2026, 2 letters of concern submitted. This concludes administration's summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Okay, I will open it to the public for comments then. So I do have a few names on the list here. So I would start with Sharon McConnell, followed by Susan Bouchard, Linda Fleming, and Chauncey Featherstone. So Sharon, if you would like to come up, please state your name and your presentation. Yeah, anyone else who wants to speak later on, that's fine, but those are the names I have for the present. Please turn on your mic, state your name and where you live, and away you go.
Okay. Yes, I'm Sharon McConnell, and I live next to this proposal. I'm against it for several reasons. Number one, water I need for my cattle, the traffic, the noise, the fire, irresponsibility of some of the people that come out there with regards to those of us who are already living there. And I think at this time, it would be sad to remove the Ag 1 classification to commercial residential. The owners don't live on property. There's nobody there to enforce any rules or regulations that they may have. And yes, they say that they try to control the dogs and the quads and whatnot, but no, dogs are known to run loose. They do get out on the road. They do bother the cattle. And as I not only live north of this development, I also own the property kitty corner across in the county of Parkland, where I run cattle. And as for, what should I say? I guess probably those are the major ones that affect me as a taxpayer and as a county resident for over 40 years. And I moved out there to have the peace and quiet and to be able to run my cattle and not to live with a small city within my area. And I think that because this is held on a Thursday morning at 10:30, there are a lot of people that could not make it to the meeting, that maybe down the road there could be a town hall meeting at Darwell, say on a Thursday evening or a Saturday afternoon, where more people can come and voice their opinions. And I think that's all I have to say. And I'll turn it over to Susan Bouchard.
Thank you very much. Just any questions for clarification? We won't have, we're not debating it.
Yeah,
We're just taking this as facts, but any clarification questions? No? Okay, thank you. Then
Okay.
Susan Bouchard.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning. I think we had a lot of concerns, and they've been somewhat covered, and I believe there are other people here who will go into more detail about concerns about, you know, animal management, fire management, et cetera. My big concern here is basically you're introducing what can be a very large population into our local area with very different goals and very different knowledge bases about what they're there to do. If this was being proposed residentially, we feel we could have a better faith in the idea that people would be interested in getting along with their neighbors and, you know, learning the ins and outs of living in a country community and what the concerns are. Off the top of my head, I don't think even people in other areas of the province, you know, understand how we feel about fire in this area of the province and how through the summer it is just constantly a concern. You know, and if you have people that aren't concerned, that of course is going to increase our worries as well. Things about, you know, pet dogs chasing cattle. You know, our kids ride their horses down the road. Are they going to be, you know, and the last, I guess, issue I can bring up with this is, you know, you can have all the rules in the world saying that they're not allowed to do this. Who's there to enforce it? I mean, there needs to be somebody reliable 24/7, in my opinion, there that absolutely will enforce every single one of the rules that prevent or address our concerns. And the other concern too is, you know, once they have the zoning, once they have everything, they did propose a much larger development in 2012 and 2014. And, you know, that is completely unacceptable. That would outnumber us by quite a few. So yeah, our concern is ultimately on a long weekend in the summer, if we do end up in a dispute with people there, perhaps a dog gets out and chases Sharon's cows and kills a calf or something. I mean, we'd be outnumbered by people who would not have the same interests or concerns that we have in life. So I will turn it over. I know Fred and Ernie have a lot of really good points to make too, so
Okay.
we'll cede them the rest of my time.
Thank you. Anyone questions on clarification? Thank you for your presentation. I'll call on Linda Fleming next, please.
Thank you. I'm Linda Fleming. I live on the wrong side of the fence because I'm in the county of Parkland, immediately to the south of this development. My biggest concern is water. My well is over 300 feet deep. I get 1.5 gallons per minute, and that is an absolute minimum. If another well were to be drilled, who's to say, or what kind of guarantee is there that it would not end up being in the same stream? I pasture along the fence line, and so of course, the issue with OHVs, ATVs, dirt bikes, and dogs are a big issue for me. I do not want my animals spooked, and it has happened in the recent past. Who, again, is qualified and given the right to make the decisions about controlling this kind of stuff? Dust and disruption, and it was stated in the admin's part that supposedly no parties. Well, I can tell you that over the last summer, I could distinctly hear people's voices, even some of the things that were being said. I'm in the middle of the quarter. So yeah, there is that happening. And in the past, some of the campers have said that the rules for this county do not pertain to them because they don't live there. They live in Edmonton. They live wherever. And this is only a very short stay. That concerns me, especially fire. There is so much bush, pasture, open land around all of us that should a fire start, we are all in danger. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Linda,
Questions?
any
Sorry.
questions? No? Thank you very much. Okay, next on my list is it Chauncey Featherstone?
I grew up in that area. I'm 64. My dad grew up where Linda Fleming lives now. We used to own that whole half section that goes north from Fleming's. And my great uncle homesteaded the area where the clubhouse is, or tried to, but it's all muskeg. And then, 40 years later, somebody comes along and puts a golf course on it, which we didn't see coming at all. In the 70s, after we moved up to the place we live now, kitty corner from that quarter and section, in the 70s, we had a whole slew of seismic companies come through. And they set their thumpers and their dynamite and their sensors and whatever. And somewhere along the line, our well collapsed. And since we couldn't point a finger at any one specific company, nobody compensated us. So Mom and Dad had to put in a new well at their expense. And here's the kicker, the water quality went to hell. We used to have water that was cold enough out of the tap to give you an ice cream headache, and now it tastes like ditch water. So we have to get bottled water to drink. Then you go forward to the 80s. The coal mine, we knew that was coming. It was moving west from its location when we lived there. And it moved its way all the way across until Linda and Larry Fleming had dragline lights in their bedroom window. And of course, we could hear the coal haulers and the bulldozers and whatever else all the time. So we put up with that because this is Alberta, hay, oil, hay, coal. We did our bit for the Alberta economy, we put up with it. And then, like I say, in the 90s, somebody comes along, put us a golf course in. But hey, surprise, surprise, it works. And nobody really complained about it. And apparently through neglect, the irrigation system, I understand, was froze up and made inoperable. So now there's this empty golf course sitting there, and somebody comes along and says, we want to put in a recreational area. Well, no. We've already done our bit. For the last 50 years, we listened to coal haulers, and we had people go through and ruin our wells, and that's enough of that. So you can answer all the questions about sewage and water tables and yada, yada, yada. You can answer all those questions all the right ways you like. And you're still asking us to put up with a whole town moving into our neighborhood every weekend, every summer in perpetuity until, and I think the guy who tried to do this 13 years ago, and we told him no in no uncertain terms then, I think he was waiting for us to all die out of old age. And that's enough of that. And he's apparently, if the rumors are true, he holds the mortgage for the people who are trying to develop it now. And either A, he didn't tell them that we told him no, or B, they're going ahead with it anyway. My concern here, speaking to you, is that, and now Bo, our counselor, has to step aside for this, is that this was the concern 13 years ago, is that our guy will vote no against it, but the rest of the council will vote for it. Everybody goes home and somebody gets their no. No, we don't want a town next to us, because if we wanted to live in the town or in the city, we would do that, and we don't. That's all I have to say. The answer is no. That's our opening gambit.
Thank you, Chauncey. Any questions? Thank you very much. All right, I'll open the floor for any other people that want to talk. I'll open the floor to anyone else. Please come forward, state your name and where you live.
My name's, excuse me, my name is Ernie Russell. We have property next to Goose Lake.
Sorry, Goose Lake?
Yeah, 540 and 42.
Oh, there's a Goose Lake out there. Sorry.
Yeah, just north of the proposed development. I'd like you to consider the following concerns, please. First, I have 4 on the list here, but I have some additional concerns in relation to their own rules and regulations. First off is fire hazard. As indicated in the attachments for the area structure plan, the proposed campsite expansion sits on peat land. Peat fires can burn for generations and cause danger to all surrounding areas. A few years ago, a trespasser got on our property, and while the county fire initially put it out, I had to spend an additional week of my time digging out peat fires that kept popping up, little spouts of, and these things, like I say, can go for generations. I was fortunate enough that the county got on it quick enough to keep it limited to just a couple acres. I'm concerned that there's no easy way to prevent fire pits from igniting ground beneath them. Since the current proposal is to triple the camping capacity, the risk is effectively tripled as well. Capacity restrictions is another concern. Should the rezoning an expansion proposal be allowed, I believe that 95 sites and 4 cabins should be the final limit of development. We're good. Anything more creates too much risk to the neighbors and will ultimately cost the county more in demands. Demands for sewer, power, demand for paved road access, etc., not to mention the strain on policing, fire, and ambulance services. Resorts, by their nature, draw heavily upon these services and reduce access to other people living in the area and landowners. Site management. This site has been operating outside of the current zoning, what the current zoning allows. So this is giving us a history of their ability to comply with actual bylaws and laws. This tells me that neither the operators nor the county have followed the bylaws. What enforcement provisions will be in place to ensure that both parties are in compliance, and should this development be approved? Non-compliance warnings should not be an option. These people are here and fully aware of the rules that you people will impose if you do so. Garbage. They need to have, when they talk about their garbage, they'll have containers and whatever. They need to have bear-proof containers. Every year for the last 3 years, I've had bears get into my beehives in spite of electric fence and everything else. The issue becomes, do we habituate bears? Then they become, like currently, they're not a problem for people in the area generally, but if they become habituated to garbage and that sort of thing, then they become a danger to people's property and a danger to people themselves. So these are things that need to be considered. When I look at their rules and regulations, who we don't know how or who is going to enforce them and what level of authority any of these people might have, bearing in mind, in their regulations, they say that these people can have their lease terminated. You have to bear in mind that if that decision is made, then these people are cutting their income. So what's the probability of that happening? So under A, number 5, in their rules, campground rules, it says, off-road vehicles are not permitted on the property. You may drive in and out of the property at golf cart speed only unless otherwise agreed by the leaseor. This is very ambiguous. It tells me that they can't have off-highway vehicles, but they can have them, provided they're at golf cart speed. They can't use them on the property, but they're going to send them out onto our land. Because where else are they going to go? Okay. This creates, again, an additional fire hazard and livestock-related issues. They have fireworks proposed here on peatland. Like I said, I had a fire going. I'm very concerned by the amount of forest there that's tinder dry currently and has been for the last several years. So fireworks, I don't believe that should be allowed. It's going to be create a hazard for livestock as well. My final point is on their rules and regulations is the back 40 is an off-leash area. What kind of problems can we expect them having when I shoot their dogs on my land? Because that's what's going to happen. If I have stray dogs on my land, I have the authority and the right and law to shoot them, and that's exactly what I'll do. And we could, at that point, have problems with landowners and these people who are going to be having their pets run wild and disturb the rest of us. So those are the points I'd like you to consider, gentlemen and ladies. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much, Ernie. Any questions of clarification?
Thank
No?
you.
Okay, thank you. Any further over here? Again, please state your name and where you live.
Okay. I'm Carol Wagstaff, and I live on 540 Range Road 43. I've lived there for 55 years, and I know this area very well. I love it. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's country. I understand that the owner of this land and the developer does not live here, probably would not want an RV encampment next to their property, so why should we have to put up with it? This is a classic case of absentee investor attempting to make money and leaving us, the neighbors, the local people, to put up with whatever happens after the deal has been done. We still have dents in our door from some drunken idiot who was knocking on our door with his cell phone at 2 o'clock in the morning. His buddies had dropped him off because he was too drunk and they were afraid he was going to puke in the car. And so he's trying to get back to Edmonton and doesn't know how to do it. So will we help him? No was the answer. The police officer who finally showed up said, July 1st weekend is the worst weekend, so we will have to put up with that. Why bring the city to the country? We live here because it is the country. Finally, why would the council work for people who don't live here? You really are working for us, we thought. So no to passing this bylaw. This is an agricultural area. Leave it and us alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol. Any questions? No? Okay. Yes, please come forward. Again, state your name and where you live.
My name is Fred Russell, and I have land down on 540-42. And start off by saying this isn't an accusation or a jab at the council or the county, but you know, I'm not opposed to development. But I think a lot of people are very worried about development because there isn't proper enforcement after the development. If this goes ahead, there has to be proper rules in place to ensure conformance to what was promised in the first place. These days, it seems people in authority like to say, oh, we gave them such a warning, and they said they were sorry. Well, sorry on the behalf of the developer shouldn't be an emotional decision on their part. They should be sorry because they got penalized for doing what they promised, not doing what they promised to do. So just an observation. It's not an accusation, okay? This will impact the community. There's no doubt about it. The traffic's already been mentioned. There's going to be increased fire risk on the range roads and the township roads. These people coming in are city people, and they'll just flick a butt out the window without a second thought. You know, walk the streets in Edmonton, you'll see them. And that's one of the major causes of fire. And there's going to be, you know, 400 people on this site at times, and a good percentage will be smokers. So the county is going to have to make sure that there's firefighting ability in that area, maybe more so than there is now. There's also going to be off-site issues like trespass and recreational vehicle traffic's already been mentioned. The developer, he can't control that. It's off his site. So there's going to have to be consideration of policing as well, and as well as fire. Now, the risks of the facility itself, now some can be minimized, some of these risks can be minimized by a good business plan, good operational plan. They can minimize some of that, mitigate some of it. But there are some real worries, some real risks, and fire's already been mentioned. And looking at the documents so far, there hasn't been anything mentioned about a real comprehensive firefighting plan for that site. If this thing goes ahead, there has to be a very detailed plan for what will happen if there's a fire started. And not only once it's out, I mean before the fire department can get there, and they've done a good job for us in the past. I was involved in that same fire that Ernie talked about. They did a good job in the past, but after that, you've got to fight the peat fires. You're the landowner. And I'll tell you, 24/7, every 2 hours for 4 days, night and day, you'll see a little wisp of smoke come out. When you dig it out, there's a cauldron of fire underneath. If there's a bit of a breeze, it's a 6-inch diameter cauldron exposed and burning and 8 to 10 inches deep, and you have to dig them out and douse them. I'm probably preaching to the choir here, you guys know about it. But these will be city people coming onto this site. If you ask them what they know about peat, they'll say No, I never met the guy. You know, they don't know about it. And part of this fire prevention plan is going to have an education component to it. You know, like they have a community meet, if it goes ahead, they have a community meeting and get people together and just tell them about it, educate them. Because the city guy, he'll take Sunday night trying to get home to Edmonton, he's going to take his barbecue and dump the coals on the ground somewhere where he thinks it's okay and life will be good for him, right? But won't be good for everybody else. It can go on for, you know, for years, people will be waking up in the middle of the night when the wind comes up, wondering if this thing's come back to life. It's that dangerous. And also, a wildfire evacuation plan will have to be done for this, because if we do get a big fire or a fast-moving fire, you're going to have possibly 200 vehicles trying to get out of that site. And that's cars and trucks. There might be the bigger and better idiot trying to drag an RV out of there or a motor or trailer or something out of there when all this is going on, and you wind up with an RV rodeo out on the range road. While fire departments are trying to get in or people are trying to get livestock out of the area, you can see where there has to be an evacuation plan, what the timing of that would be if things start to happen. Okay. And there's a lot of livestock in this area. There's not only beef or cattle, there's elk and there's buffalo as well. And those are things that, you know, that's hard to manage. A big worry is this thing turning into a ramshackle RV park. In the cities, you can see it already starting to happen. There's RVs camping around neighborhoods all the time. They're not really a problem yet, but they're going to be. And that could happen here. If it doesn't work out well, if the guy isn't making a good buck and things start to slide, rules aren't followed, rules aren't enforced, you can wind up with a bunch of ramshackle RVs on here. It'll turn into a drug haven with a bunch of meth heads in it. That's maybe hysterical, but it's possible. And nobody needs that, and the county doesn't need it. There's other facilities like this around that operate well, and if it goes ahead, I wish the guy well and makes a good buck at it, but also the community has to be considered. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Fred. Any questions through to Fred? No? Okay. Any further people who would like to speak?
I'd like to speak.
Please come up. Again, state your name and place of residence.
My name is Dave Stonebear. I live on the corner of 765 and Township Road 540. And I got a big concern. 200 campsites in there? That's a city. And the dust is already uncontrollable. On the weekends, just from the few people that are in there now, the dust on my road is almost unbearable, and it's going to get worse. You people say you've did a study on the traffic. If you lived in my neck of the woods, you would understand. And they drive down that road at Warp 9, and as a kid we called that crop dusting. Well, they come down my road and they slide up to the corner. The dust and the traffic is a big concern. And the animals. Our livestock, everything is at jeopardy. Nobody seems to care. If your cattle are spooked and your animals are spooked, they're not going to eat. They're not going to gain weight like they should. It's detrimental. And the more people you pack in, the worse it's going to get. However many sites is on there now, that should be the end of it. You keep packing them in, it's just going to turn into a nightmare. That's all I got to say about that. This can't go through. It'll ruin our neighborhood. It'll ruin our community. I built my home here. I spent 10 years building it. And going to be ruined because you're going to move another town into it. There are more people in that little golf course than there is in Darwell. way more. Scary thought. That's all I gotta say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions? Any further?
Can I make one more comment, please? There's no mention of control of firearms in this, on the site.
Yes.
I'll just comment on that. Those are our legal rules, and you can't have firearms, but doesn't matter. Trista?
We do have, thank you, we do have one member online that would like to speak.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please state your name and place of residence.
Kelly Booth. I am a co-owner of George's I'll Fix It Small Engine Repair. We are on Township 540, Range Road 42. Not really for or against this proposal, only that I would like to just ask, will the permit specifically indicate no recreational vehicles will be allowed on the public roadways? The dust control is minimal at best in our region currently, and any increased traffic will cause further dust infringement on our properties. Hard enough to breathe when somebody goes past our place at 80 to 120 kilometers an hour. And to have these recreational vehicles up and down all these back roads, as well as all the traffic that would come in, would be increasing it tenfold. And I don't think I can support that. As well, these recreational vehicles are known to have owners that cut fences to gain access to private properties. And unless there are spark controllers on those vehicles, they are known to cause fires. So will the owner of the property be held responsible to cover any fire damages caused by any of the properties within the region? And where's the water supply going to come from to put those fires out? Because I'm not going to let you use my well. My well is for our property, not for their properties. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Any questions through to her? No, thank you very much then. Anyone else? If not, I'll pass. Oh, all right, one more.
I'm sure you know me, Sammy Bradshaw. I'm a fire guardian, and I've already had a lot of complaints from other neighbors when there's fire bans on there and they're burning illegally. And I've already had a bunch of dogs, because I'm at 540-43 right at the T, and their dogs chasing my cattle. And nobody's minding the owner's never there, so it's hard to complain to anybody. With the little amount of recreational people that you've approved there already, we've had a lot of issues. Can you imagine 200 more? Thank you.
Thank you, Sammy. Any questions through to Sammy? All right, well then I'll call on Carissa to respond and give her presentation. Just for those online, Carissa's handing out some documents, and then she will start her presentation.
I don't have a copy to reference, but I'm not going to go through all the material. Actually, that would be great.
don't have very much time. How much time can you give me?
For the developer, do we have a set time? What's that? Well, I know that,
It's
but
11:31.
we have to finish the hearing is critical. I just don't know whether there is a policy for that, because usually the developer has more time.
How about if I go as quickly as I possibly
Yeah,
can?
yeah. It's important that that's given out. It's different than if it was someone speaking in favor or against, they'd have a limit of 5 minutes. But as developer, it's you get more time.
I will
So
respect
I would say maximum 15 minutes.
Perfect, I think I can make that work. Okay, so my name is Carissa Lorenz, and My name is Carissa Lorenz. I don't want to feel like I'm yelling at everybody, so. My name is Carissa Lorenz. I am the owner of the property in question. I am also the developer. I am the applicant. And I would like to address, I didn't initially think that I should address some of the questions that arose, but I would like to, first and foremost, do that. As soon as I can find that page again. Okay. Some of the questions that were brought up, and I would like to speak to, there was a lot of concern about the livestock, and obviously, you know, we don't currently have livestock, but I understand that, and we definitely want to mitigate that as well. But I do want to bring up the fact that I am a part of the community. We are a part of a lot of different groups within the community. I follow a lot of the Facebook groups throughout the counties, so Parkland and Lac St. Anne, all of the towns, Darwell, Wabamun, everything that's close to us. Alberta Beach, we're a part of those things, and we have been for years. So the question about animals and controlling them, I want to bring to the attention of the council that yes, we do have people who have animals on site, and yes, we do have an area in the back that is off leash, and yes, Linda does live next to us and she has cattle. So here's what I want you to think about. So we only operate from May until October. And last year alone, when we were not there, because we don't live there during the winter, we live there during the summer. We're there from May until the end of October. Usually we have to go back and forth in Calgary because my children attend school in Calgary in May and June, but we're there the whole summer. So from June 26th when school ends until September when they go back into school, we are on the property. We live on the property. We are currently hands-on managing that property and have done so for the last 2 years. The dogs that are released in the area throughout the winter, I think there were 6 or 7 that were not associated to our campground. So I can't control what happens with other homes or residents in the area, but I can control what happens on our property. I have rules in place to be that the leasees have to control their pets at all times, regardless if they're on leash or in the back area, they have to be under control. The other thing that I wanted to talk about, Linda lives next to us. She has cattle. She brought up again spooking and the animals being spooked and things like that. But I have to say there's a lot of coyotes in the area. There's cougars in the area. So those animals are going to be spooked by things outside of us as well. I want to talk about the water table. So there's been some concerns about the water, for sure. We're also concerned about that. We want to live on the property. When my last son graduates in 3 years, our plan is to move there. We're gonna build a cabin and be a part of this community full time. We will be there full time managing it. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was, the 230 proposal. That's not what we're asking for. That developer was actually somebody else prior to us owning it. Dust control. That is also something we want to mitigate. That was a question we were going to have with the conversation we wanted to have with the county. What's our option? Can we get dust control and pay for that in front of our property? That's something we definitely love to do because we are also affected by that dust control. And then I have a statement that I would like to read, and then I'll open up to questions if you have any. So good morning, Reeves, members of council, administration, and everyone in attendance. My name is Carissa Lorenz, and together with my family, we operate Whitewood RV Park. First, I would like to thank administration, council, and all residents who took the time to participate in this process and provide comments and feedback. We understand that people care deeply about their community, their land, and their quality of life, and we respect that. I would also acknowledge that many of the concerns raised appear to come from uncertainty about what the proposal is, and perhaps more importantly, what it is not. Whitewood RV Park is not a new development being introduced to this area. This campground has existed and operated from one form or another since 1992. What is being proposed before council today is a structured expansion of an existing seasonal family campground through a formal area structure plan process with county oversight, technical studies, engineering review, and phase development. This area structure plan proposes a maximum total build-out of 95 sites. It is not an approval for unlimited future growth. It is not a proposal for 230 sites, and we are not seeking development of the back 40 acres. In fact, one of the most important things I can share today is that our family lives on site during the summer months and intends to live on the property full-time once our last child graduates in the next 3 years. This is not an absentee investment or a speculative project for us. This is our home, our livelihood, and our future. The same things neighboring residents care about, safety, peace and quiet, environmental protection, responsible behavior, and preserving the natural character of the area, are the exact same things we care about, because we will be living there alongside them. We do not want a noisy, disruptive campground. We do not want unsafe activity. We do not want crime or disorder. And we certainly do not want environmental damage or impacts to the water systems we ourselves depend on. This is exactly why the area structure plan was carefully designed the way it was. The campground will remain seasonal in operation from May to October only. The majority of the land will remain in its natural state, and we plan to reclaim and put naturalization measures into place in the future to preserve and increase buffers, privacy, wildlife, habitat, and existing character of the property. This is not intended to function as a municipality, residential subdivision, or high-density urban development. Council has also received a number of support letters from existing seasonal campers who have firsthand experience of how Whitewood actually operates day to day. Those letters consistently describe Whitewood as a quiet, family-oriented, respectful, safe, well-managed, and community-focused. Families describe children riding bikes, campers respecting quiet hours, and strong friendships and community connections being built over many years. Several campers specifically address concern about excessive noise and party behavior by describing the campground as one of the quietest and most peaceful campgrounds they have experienced. Others spoke about camping rules are actively enforced and how disruptive behavior is not tolerated. Long-term campers also describe the positive economic impact Whitewood has on surrounding communities through support of local restaurants, gas stations, grocery stores, marinas, golf courses, trades, and seasonal businesses through the region. Those perspectives are important because those come from people who actually spend months each year at the campground and experience its operation firsthand. Professional technical studies regarding groundwater, servicing, traffic, stormwater, and site conditions were completed and submitted as a part of this process. Significant investments have been already made to upgrade water systems, utility infrastructure, and operational planning. Whitewood is privately operated and already has campground rules, management oversight, and operational controls in place. Quads are not permitted on the property, and because we will be living on site ourselves, maintaining safe, family-oriented, respectful environment is extremely important to us. From a land use perspective, this property contributes meaningful economic and municipal tax benefits to the county while remaining largely natural and seasonal in nature. Whitewood RV Park already contributes substantial municipal tax revenue and economic activity within the area, while operating as a seasonal recreational use rather than a permanent residential subdivision requiring extensive county services. I also want to respectfully acknowledge that some residents may simply not want any expansion at all, regardless of what the details of the proposal are. We understand that perspective too. However, Council's role is to evaluate whether the proposal represents responsible development within county policy and whether it can be appropriately managed through the area structure plan framework and future development controls. We believe this proposal does exactly that. This project supports rural tourism, local economic activity, and responsible recreational development while still preserving the natural character of the area that makes Whitewood so special in the first place. At the end of the day, we are not asking Council to approve something unknown or uncontrolled. We are asking for the opportunity to responsibly grow a campground that has already existed in this community for over 30 years, with clear limits, professional review, phased implementation, and county oversight. We are committed to being accountable operators, good neighbors, and long-term stewards of the land. Thank you for your time and consideration. In your handouts, it has my speaking notes, area structure plan excerpts for most common questions that have been arisen, support letters from everybody that I have got them from, and quick responses. Do you have any questions?
I do have one.
Yeah.
You're going to be open from May to October?
October.
You're going to be living there July and August.
No.
So who manages it while you're gone?
So we are actually there from May. So the beginning of May, we're there on a weekly basis. So I'll give you a little bit of a background about.
What does weekly basis mean?
So we're there on the weekends when we have campers there.
And there's no campers during the week?
Not usually. There's a couple, but they're self-sustained, and they're all
but who-
leases.
Just to clarify,
Yep.
if there's nobody there and there's still campers there, who's making sure that they follow the rules?
So there's a person that's there on site all the time that I'm in contact with all the time.
All right, thank
Yes.
you. Yeah, keep going then.
Somewhat. They're not hired, but they're voluntary. Yes, but they're there when we're not there.
And they control, like, it sounded like there was ATVs and stuff leaving the site and all that stuff. Like, so when you say they're not allowed, are people allowed to have them on the truck box but not drive them? Because I've been
No.
to some campgrounds where they got spike belts where you, like at Shaw's Point Resort, he controls it. Like, I had to bring a quad in for work. I had to bring him a letter so he would let me bring it in, so that it wasn't a problem. Like, maybe that's something you need to look at.
So in our terms, I'm not sure where the other, Fred, I believe it was, had brought up our rules and regulations. Those are not our current regulations. So that is not a current terms and conditions or rules and regulations. The current ones are actually in your handout. So you can read through those. So no ATVs are allowed on the property. One thing I will note is kitty corner to us and directly behind Linda, there's Crown Land. So ATVs, motorbikes, they are in the area for sure. Actually, we thought we had somebody on site who was running quads, and we did some investigation ourselves internally because we don't allow it. It's loud, it's obnoxious. We don't like it. Us ourselves, we don't like it. But we can't control what happens on the Crown Land, which is kitty corner to us. Do people want to quad and stuff? Yeah, for sure. We tell them, if you're going to do it, great, but you can't do it on our property. To better answer your question, can they bring their quads onto the property and leave them on their truck? Absolutely, they can. But are they allowed to take them off and run them on the property or in and out of our property? Absolutely not. They have to drive them in on a trailer or in their truck and off. There is quad businesses in our area. So yes, they can bring them on. They're just not allowed to drive in and out or on our property with them.
Okay, anyone else with Dale?
So I have a question with respect to the area structure plan.
Yep.
I see in your document you have a letter from Parkland County I don't see a letter from Lac-Saint-Anne County.
I'm not sure where you're referring to.
What I'm referring to is you made application to Parkland County saying about your area structure plan. Is that in our development agreement somewhere? I
Are
don't see
you
it.
are you speaking to the letter that's in the handout?
I'm speaking of this document.
Yes, so what that is a letter from the engineering department for the traffic impact assessment. So I was told that I needed to reach out to Parkland County to see if they had any issues with our traffic impact assessment, because there is paved road from Highway 16th up until Parkland County. From Parkland County, which is the border of our property, it's gravel. So they had to review to see if we would have to pay for any upgrades to any of the intersections because our traffic would be coming through Parkland County. That's the response from their assessment of our traffic impact assessment, saying that they don't require anything and they're fine with it.
So clarification, then you have something on file from our department asking you to go forward to Parkland County?
I
Is that
don't
what
have
understand?
I don't have anything. I think it was in an email.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Just shut up your mic. Okay, Jill and then Barry.
I just have concerns about this off-leash rule you have. Is it in a fenced area?
Yes, it is a fenced area. So there's fencing all around our property on all sides, and then there's also fencing through on the north, east, and west side. It's all wetland.
Okay.
So they can't get through there.
Like we're talking chain link.
Oh no,
fence?
it's not chain link. It is barbed wire fence. Though.
Okay, so a dog can still slip through the fence.
They could. Yep.
So it's not contained.
No, it's not contained.
Are
but
you
again,
open to chain link fencing a area? Because I'm the same way as that gentleman. I mean, if I have dogs chasing my cattle, I'm not going to hesitate.
I guess we could look at it. I don't think that would be an issue. My only concern would be the cost. And if, what happens the other side of it though? We've had cattle from other farmers come onto our property and chasing our dogs. So it can go both ways. Last summer, I had one of the other neighboring property owners' cattle on our land. We couldn't get it off. We didn't know what to do. Again, it goes both ways. We called around, found out whose it was, and actually had them come and get it themselves. But again, it has to go both ways. Like, we want to be good neighbors and do our part, absolutely.
Yeah.
But there's consequences on both sides, and I think that the council has an obligation to look at both sides of that.
Okay. With the ATV rule that you had, with ATVs not being able to drive off your property, they can go on a truck off to the crown, but they cannot drive. We have your neighbors stating that there has been ATVs drive off the property. What are have you enforced it? Are those people banned from coming back?
So we had a gentleman who has a severe physical disability, and he had a quad for the longest time. He was the only person that was allowed to have it because he used to drive it to go to the garbage and walk his dog.
Oh.
We actually have not permitted to him to have that any longer because we heard there was a complaint, and it wasn't directed to us. It was directed to a Facebook profile. So we took that seriously and didn't want to take any more chances. So not even that person with the disability who actually relied on it. He's very upset with us, but it can't have one and then not all of them. So that's kind of how we dealt with that. So no, we don't allow, and again, I can't control other people outside of the property and what they're doing. And I myself have witnessed locals driving excessive speeds down the roads, ATVs or not. We've been out in the wintertime where there's snowmobilers coming through the property and being unsafe. Those are not our campers. Those are residents.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Clarification, yeah.
It goes both ways again.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Barry?
Would you consider hiring somebody full-time between May and June?
I think we could, yeah.
I think it would alleviate some of their concerns.
I-
Also, you could look at doing farm fence or page wire around the entire property to contain animals. It's a lot cheaper alternative than chain link.
What is it? I'm
Page
sorry.
wire or farm fence.
I'm not familiar with it. I'm a city person, as everybody keeps saying.
It will.
We're
it will-
learning.
It will contain dogs quite easily.
I
It's a
don't. I
much
wouldn't have a
cheaper
problem with that.
alternative.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to give you ideas to possibly mitigate concerns from the residents.
I don't think that that should be an issue. We could look into it for sure.
Yeah.
Again, cost. We're not a huge corporation. My husband works in the oil field. We're investing in our future. This is
Yeah.
what this campground is. And again, we're going to be living there. So the things that they're concerned about are also our concerns. Like we also experience those things as landowners and taxpayers and all the same things. So yes, we don't have a problem looking at that. I don't think.
It's far cheaper than chain link.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Can I ask the question, since Bo can't represent us, are we gonna have another counselor to have a go-to? Because we need somebody to talk to.
Sorry, the,
Conflict of interest for Bo to do it?
I'll answer that. What we have, I mean, it's a pecuniary interest, and he's not allowed to take part in the decision. So the answer is no, we can't elect another counselor for it. One of the things that when we took the oath to represent the whole county, not just our division. So I think one thing that residents and ratepayers have to be clear on, that our oath is to represent everyone, not just people that reside in our area. So having said that, all of us, that's why we're all here, we've all heard, we will be discussing it and make a decision. And in all our decisions, it's not one division against another. If it is, then the councillors have not been following the oath that they took. And I think that's a really, really, I'm going to be very blunt, maybe hasn't always been followed in the past. But this council has committed to taking that oath seriously. And I think you can be assured that all these concerns will be discussed when we make our decision.
So we contact every counselor?
You always have that ability to do that, and you can always send a note to administration. All the councillors get those, but you had your opportunity here at the meeting, and you've done a great job, and we will take that all. Now it's our job. Can you shut your mic off? It's creating problems. Just, can you, can you?
Can I just point out that the developer cannot predict what will happen with 95 sites. He's basing it all on a lovely little family campground.
I'm going to ask you to sit down. You've had your chance to speak. Everyone has had lots of time. I'm going to ask you, look at, either you listen or we will enforce things. We'll show you that we do enforce our rules. All right? As I was saying, you can send letters to any of us at any time. You all know our email addresses. We receive all of that. This council, at a future date, not today, will discuss this and we will make a decision. And we've got all the information now, and you had the opportunity at this particular meeting. Everyone has gotten due notice for it, and I don't know what the decision is going to be, but our fiduciary duty is to listen to everyone, then have a discussion, a full discussion on it, and a decision will be made. That's the process. What's that? All right, go ahead.
I don't know how far it is, but would you consider tying into that wild water line if it's possible, instead of having water wells on site? Because it seems like that was some concern too, as the water table in that area.
So my understanding from the water studies is the aquifers used in the area are different. So Linda had spoken about the depth of her well and the aquifer. I'm not sure how familiar you are with how aquifers work. So from my understanding, because I needed to understand this, because of the report. So what happens is there's bubbles of water, which are called aquifers, and they sit at different levels in the ground. So I don't remember the name. I think it's Canyon. So there's different aquifers. They've all been identified. They've all got a lifespan, a projected consumption or availability water. My daughter's a geophysicist, so she helped me to understand this as well. But the drain rate and the refill rate are all different because the wells are in different pockets. So our pocket well is different from the pocket wells of some of the other local residents. So the distance that our well is effectively touching is only, I believe, and don't quote me, but I believe it's about 1.5 kilometers from our area. Outside of that 1.5 kilometer radius, the understanding is that it doesn't affect them regardless of the draw, because we're not consistently drawing. We're only drawing at a maximum 95 sites, which is, I believe, 214 people. Max was 21.9 cubic meters per day. The well that is that aquifer that well is on produces 65.7. I'm going off of memory. I might be off a little bit on those numbers, but it's like 3 times what the necessity is at our full capacity. So would we connect to it? That seems like it would be a huge cost for us if our well is already we've already made the investment. I think that we could possibly look at that in the future, but not until we're at a point where we've paid off our debt to expand. Does that make sense?
Okay, thank you. All right, if there's no more, I would ask for a motion to close the public hearing. I'll read the motion to you so the public knows that the public hearing for bylaw 22, 2017-01, 2026 to amend land use bylaw 22, 2017 lot 4, block 1, plan 1624304 within southeast of 335304 west of the 5th meridian from Ag 1 district to commercial rec district, and bylaw 13-2006 to adopt the Whitewood RV expansion area structure plan for lot 4, block 1, plan 1624304 within southeast of 335304 west of the 5th meridian be closed at 12 p.m. or 12, what is that, a.m. or p.m.? 12 noon, 12 noon. Who's making that motion? Mike makes that motion. Any discussion? I declare the hearing closed. Thank you to everyone for attending. Appreciate all the input. And with that, I hand the chair back to Jill.
Perfect, thank you. Do we want a break? Okay, we're gonna call a 5-minute break and then we'll continue. We are behind schedule, but that's okay. We have the presentation from ACO Gas Energy System and Yellowhead Pipeline Project.
Thank you for having us here today. I'm Jolene Colburn. I'm part of the stakeholder, can you hear me correctly here? Perfect, thank you. I'm part of the stakeholder relations team. Last year, ATCO combined gas and electric to become ATCO Energy Systems, trying to streamline our customer service level and provide you guys one point of contact. So part of our team, as this is our first time meeting, is working on our 5 and 10-year planning, our long-term planning, and alignment with municipalities. So part of that objective is bringing information about large projects such as the Yellowhead Pipeline Project. So I'm going to turn it over to Brad, and he's going to provide you information there.
Okay, good morning, everyone. As Jolene said, my name is Brad Can. I'm the Senior Manager of Project Execution for the Yellowhead Pipeline Project. And yeah, happy to be here today to share a little bit of information about the project with everyone. So I will get into that. So I'll just start with, at a high level, what the project is. It's the installation of a new 235 kilometer, 36-inch diameter steel high-pressure natural gas pipeline, which is going to deliver over 1 billion cubic feet of natural gas per day from an existing TC Energy pipeline network near Piers, Alberta, all the way to ATCO's existing pipeline network in the Fort Saskatchewan area. And just for context, that's roughly, the energy contained within that volume of natural gas is roughly equivalent to the peak electric grid capacity in the province. So it's a lot of gas. And the reason we're building this pipeline is, in short, because the demand for natural gas in the province is growing. And right now, the existing system, pipeline system that is essentially a capacity. So that system consists primarily of the TC Energy NGTL system and ATCO's pipeline system. And right now, without expansion, new customers can't get service. And so that's gas producers, that's industrials, commercial, residential customers as well. And actually, all of those customer groups have signed new contracts that underpin the Yellowhead Pipeline Project. So if we look at the map on the screen, it's a simplification of how gas flows through the province to get to the Edmonton and Industrial Heartland area, which is a major demand center. And the primary flow path is actually, you can see the production is mostly in the northwestern part of the province and in BC. And the primary flow path is on the west side of the province, that dark blue line that goes south towards Calgary before looping back up to the Edmonton area. And there's a secondary flow path that goes to the oil sands region and then down south to Edmonton. So neither of those flow paths are particularly direct and therefore not that efficient. And that's really where the Yellowhead Pipeline comes in. So that's the light blue line on the map, or teal. And you can see that it's a more direct flow path. And what that means is, instead of, or in addition to just delivering gas directly to the Edmonton and Heartland area, it also frees up capacity on those other flow paths so that new customers can get service all across the province and not just in the Edmonton area where the gas is being delivered directly by the pipeline.
Can I just ask a question on that? So is that attaching to existing pipelines that are going to Calgary, or is that taking new production from that Piers, Edson, Hinton area?
It's connected to that pipeline that is taking gas down the west side of the province to the south. So rather than that gas going down to Calgary, it's going straight across. And there may be some production in that area that ends up on that pipeline, but it's not directly connected to it. It would be upstream.
All right, and then things like the Alliance and Pembina lines, you don't have them drawn in here. Is that because this is just ATCO system?
This is the TC Energy and ATCO system. And
okay.
Yeah, so those lighter gray lines are those systems that you can see kind of in the background, so.
The larger transmission system lines are in the
Yeah,
background.
yeah.
They're in the background?
There's dark gray line on the back. You can see it looks like branches on the back here.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I see the, yeah.
Really what we're
I-
doing.
yeah,
Just to simplify to help is, if you look at the pipelines and you do see the area, sorry, and you do see the area in the gray in the back, you can see that it comes down to the south and then comes up the east. And there isn't that direct line across the center of the province. So what we're taking is the natural gas from the TC lines from the east, or sorry, from the west, thank you, and bringing them to east, which is gonna open up capacity across the entire province.
Just curious, is that, sorry, just curious, is that a loop system?
No, that's a brand new.
Direct line?
Brand
only?
new direct line, yeah. We have other pipelines, much smaller and not serving this type of purpose that are in the area, but it's not a loop line.
You're coming right through our county with it?
Sorry?
You're coming right through the county with it, is what you're saying?
Yeah, and I have a map in a few slides so you can see exactly where
Perfect.
through the county it goes. Did someone else have a question? Okay. So this is not that map is next, but this is the overall route in red here. And there's also a 16 megawatt compressor station, new compressor station build towards the west end. It's located approximately where the route hits Highway 16 there. But as you can see, we start off north of Piers, pretty quickly get to Highway 16, and then loosely parallel Highway 16, either on the north or south side, all the way to about Wabamun before we start cutting to the northeast through the county towards north of Highway 37, and then essentially follow that through across the North Saskatchewan River to the Fort Saskatchewan area. And like I said, I'll zoom in a bit on the county on the next slide, but a few more things before that. From a schedule perspective, actually I should talk about the consultation we did on the route. So this route we've been working on for a couple years now, and we started off with a number of concepts. So we didn't start off with, it's this line. We started off with a couple different lines that really took different ways to get from point A to point B. We met with all, or essentially all, the landowners on all of those proposed routes preliminarily, just to see what the input was and the openness to that was. With that input and technical assessments, we landed on this concept, and then from here we did our more formal consultation, refinement, micro reroutes to get to what's on the map here, which was ultimately what we filed for in our AUC regulatory application that we filed in November of last year. And we actually just had the hearing in that process a few weeks ago, and that's the last step in that regulatory process. So right now we're just waiting for the Alberta Utilities Commission to issue their decision. We expect that in the next few months. And then in the meantime, we'll be completing our detailed engineering, acquiring crossing agreements, permits, and everything else that we need to otherwise get ready to start construction in September of this year. Construction's proposed to take 14 months, which puts us on our target in-service date of November 2027, and then after that, we'll have our cleanup and reclamation activities ongoing. The project's estimated to cost $2.9 billion, but we expect that to actually have a minimal impact on, for example, a typical residential bill, and the reason for that is those new customer contracts that I mentioned earlier essentially offset the cost of the project for our customers, our existing customers. And I already spoke a little bit, but there's some numbers on the screen on the amount of landowners and adjacent landowners that we consulted with, and that's actually just on the final route. That number is much higher for all the concept routes we looked at earlier on.
And I'll add to that as well. Something to add to why we're here today, why we've done open houses, why there's been communication with council in the past, is ATCO's gone above and beyond the regulatory requirements for consulting with landowners. We've got out early, we're taking into consideration the opinion and the impacts upfront, and we've rerouted, as Brad said, multiple times. So where typical consultation is 100 meters, say, we're doubling, we're going more. We're getting in the vehicle, we're putting door knockers, we're having in-person conversations, and we're having open houses to ensure that our residents and anyone impacted, businesses and other, are educated on what we're doing, and that's a big drive for ATCO.
Okay, now we'll get to the, oh, it's not fully on the screen here. There we go. So this is a map of where the pipeline traverses the county. You can see it cuts across the southeast corner, kind of moving to the northeast, south of Lac St. Anne, and until we get north, past Onaway, north of Highway 37, where we start to go more or less straight east, south of Pine Sands there. And that results in about 40 kilometers of new pipeline installation. There's a couple block valves as well. And you can see some numbers on the screen, but there's more than 100 different crossings of various infrastructure and 61 unique landowners that we are going across in terms of directly affected properties. So I'll just stop there if there's any questions on that. It's not super zoomed in, but yeah, we have a pretty big bend order in.
So was that, that was my question too, with those 90-degree corners, is that because landowners were not willing to allow it through some areas?
Not necessarily. So like a more philosophical approach that we took, regardless of the landowner feedback, was to try and parallel existing infrastructure, whether that was another pipeline or, beside the offset of a road or power line or something else. So, I mean, I can't speak to the individual corners or diagonals in this section, but we tried to maximize the amount of the route that would not be creating a new disturbance in an area, whether that's for the landowner's impact or just environmental impact separate from the landowner concerns. So, and often those things are related. So.
Well, that's good. I appreciate that.
Okay, so at the end of this, what we're expecting is a significant positive economic benefit, and there's a few different components to that. So the first is the pipeline project itself, representing a nearly $3 billion investment in Alberta's infrastructure, energy infrastructure. And with that, during construction, the project will support a couple thousand jobs. But the real value is the downstream customer projects that the Yellowhead Pipeline will enable. And we had a economic assessment commissioned earlier on in the project, and that's where some of these figures on the screen come from. But while those various customer projects are being built, they're expected to support over 10,000 jobs annually during that construction phase, and also represent a significant investment in the province. And then both of those numbers increase when they get into operation. So more jobs supported and nearly a $4 billion annual contribution to the province's GDP. And that's really the point, is that the Yellowhead Pipeline is going to make Alberta stronger by providing the infrastructure that we need to support that long-term economic growth and prosperity. So there are many next steps in the project. I've only listed 3 things here to raise today. First is crossing agreements, so we're in the process of acquiring all those. It's going quite well. I think we have over 85% of them already, and we're a few months out. So we've been working with various organizations on getting those all acquired, but still more work there. And we've had lots of communication with the county offices on those for quite some time now. It's going well. And then general prep for construction. So there's a few items there. We're intending to award our general construction contracts shortly. And once that happens this summer, we'll start to see some activity in the project area. So for the contractors, they'll start with setting up their site offices and some of their laydowns, start onboarding some of their staff. In parallel to that, we will be doing some of the pre-construction activities like getting out to the right-of-way with survey crews to do survey and staking, four-way sweeps, pre-construction environmental sweeps, start delivering some materials to the project area. So that's what the summer will look like before we get into the fall, where we're planning on having the contractors fully mobilized to the right-of-way and really get into the full construction process. And once that happens, the schedule is generally 6 days on, 1 day off. So Monday through Saturday on, Sundays off, and 10, 12 hours a day, depending on time of year and all the work that's going on.
Have like a central, like, number that people can phone to if they're looking for work? I've had quite a few people ask me, like, who's doing the work, right? You just run into people. I work in the oil patch, so they're always wondering who's doing the work. And I don't think you guys have awarded those contracts yet, but once they get awarded, are you gonna have like a sign-up sheet or wherever people can phone and, if they're looking for work, like welders and stuff?
Yeah, so I'll just jump straight to that because I was pretty much done the construction schedule and how that was going to look. So the approach we've taken to whether it's employment for individuals or contracting or subcontracting opportunities for businesses is we've had I'm not sure if I'm close enough to the mic here, we've had a expression of interest form on our project website for quite some time now, and the purpose of that has been to, and it's still active, but the purpose was to give everyone an opportunity to go in there, fill out their information. They can attach their resume if it's an individual. They can attach their company information if it's a business. And then whenever we've had the need to procure a material or a service, we've gone in there and looked, hey, is there anything here that is a good fit? And when there has been that match, we've included them in whatever that procurement process looks like for that particular item. So that's the approach we've tried to take. And with the businesses, that information was provided to our proponents. Now, obviously, nothing's awarded. And then I can follow up on the plan for the individual employment but that's not going to be addressed till after award, sort of like you mentioned. So, but that's the information we've already collected so far, and we're continuing to collect. And the last item that I was going to mention is we have a series of pre-construction open houses planned. Dates and locations are on the screen here, and the website has more specifics up on the details. These are, as I mentioned, intended to be focused on pre-construction and what to expect. So the format is there's no formal presentations or anything. It's any member of the public can come in. Our team is there. We've got some information boards, and it's really to talk to our team face to face and ask questions and go through whatever anyone is interested in hearing about. And focus on what is the project and what to expect as we get into construction. And this is the third round we've done of open houses, so each one has had a slightly different focus. The earlier ones were more about routing, and this one's the pre-construction one.
And then just to add to that, after our meeting today, I will send out an email that has the exact locations for all the open houses, as well as a document that we've provided landowners for more information, because our goal is to equip you guys with information. We understand when a resident has a question or a concern that you guys are the first message, text, phone call, stop in a grocery store, whatever it may be. So the more ATCO can do to equip you with information and give you a straight through avenue to get a hold of us, the better. So I mentioned that my team for stakeholder relations can deal with general topics, anything you have inquiries about. And then Brad will put it to the next slide. We also have, as he mentioned, the Yellowhead project for the email, or yellowheadproject@atco.com for the email, as well as yellowhead.atco.com for the website, which has the expression of interest, as well as the information I'll share with you guys and spots to ask any questions that may come. Anything else?
That was the end. So.
Perfect. So that's it for what we were here to present. Now, any questions you guys have, we're going to answer them to the best of our abilities. And if there's any questions that we might have to take away, we'll send that back to you afterwards.
Any more questions?
You'll post all the awarded people on your site who's got the jobs to do certain sections, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I haven't had a discussion about exactly how that's going to look, but we've got to inform everyone about who's doing the work, so, yeah.
Just, I've had lots of people asking too, who's doing it, so.
Yep.
Who are you buying the pipes from? Where is that coming from?
Yeah, so we have split our pipe order. We have one supplier is Interpro, Canadian supplier, and the other one is a Korean supplier of pipe. Yeah. Yeah, for their portion.
All right.
Okay, anything more? Nope. Thank you for the presentation. Can we get a motion to take this for information? Barry, thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know Barry is hungry. He's already talked to me about it. I know. Can we just do a short lunch, 20 minutes? Are we okay with 20 minutes so Barry can get some food? Okay, we'll come back at 12:50. Thank you. Sorry, guys. we are going to skip down to assessment and taxation because Mr. Smith is here. Okay, so if we can get, no, this is not a closed session. Nope. Okay, if we could have the penalty cancellation request, please.
Good afternoon, councillors. So I have two items for you today. The first one is the penalty cancellation request. So the request on this amount is requesting a cancellation of $1,241.42 in penalties. So again, the penalties were applied in accordance to the bylaws that we have, and we reviewed this under the tax penalty forgiveness policy, at which point in time we determined that we didn't feel it qualified. Therefore, he has appealed farther up to you folks. So this property has had an incorrect address on file. There is attached to this the original address change form that was received on September 20th of 2024, and that is the address that we sent the tax notice to. That unfortunately was not the correct address. According to talking to the gentleman, he misunderstood and put the wrong address down on the form. Since that time, he has corrected it. We received an updated address in January of 2026. So that's what has happened here, and the recommendation from the tax department is that we deny this refund. Yeah, that's where we're at with that. So, questions for me?
So what actually, he just was late paying, or was an address problem? He kind of,
It was an address problem. He wasn't getting his bill. And he wasn't getting his bill because we were sending it to the address that was provided in the on the address change form that we received in 2024. That's where it was going, but that was not the correct address.
so that happened 3 years in a row?
And then he contacted us to correct it early this year. So that was resolved in January, but that was after penalties had been applied.
Okay, Dale?
So he reads his tax notice to understand how much his taxes are. Good question. I don't quite understand why he wouldn't look at his address.
He probably didn't receive his tax notice last year at all, so he didn't have anything to look at. And if he didn't request one, then he didn't get one type of deal. It would have came back to return to us as undelivered mail. I'm suspecting that's what happened, is because it went to the address he provided, which was not the correct address.
He just moved into this address 3 years ago, or what happened there?
Let me just see if I have that information here. I might not have it. Sorry, just bear with me.
While Rob looks that up, just as a clarification point, we do ask that if taxpayers have not received the bill that comes every year, to give us a call and we can generate one for them, and we make sure that's communicated very clearly, that this is an annual cycle, and if you didn't receive your tax bill, you should call the county to rectify that.
And I'm just curious how, if he was in the county prior and he was getting them before, who changed the address, and did he just move here? Must have been something that facilitated this.
I do not have the data here as to when he moved into the county. I can find that information out, but I don't know
Yeah, I
what
just
it
was
is.
curious because it's, if he's lived here for 10 years and all of a sudden 3 years in a row he doesn't get his bill, I'd be like, okay, how'd that happen?
Well,
But if it's a new address, I can understand the mistake then.
part of this is that Canada Post has been changing addresses in parts of the county, so they are no longer going to a PO box. They're actually going to a rural address, but it's not everywhere in the county. It's certain areas. One that comes to mind is over off of, I believe it's off of Highway 37 over towards Calahoo. There's an example of where everybody had a post office box, and then Canada Post changed it on them, and if it didn't flow through that they corrected it here, it was going to an old address. That's conjecture. I don't know that that's what's happened in this case.
Any more questions?
Just, you said that the mail was returned. Was it returned, or you just think it was returned?
The common practice is that if it doesn't get delivered, it's returned to us. I didn't
And
look
you
to
don't get
see.
notified?
We save it. We're required by law to scan it and save it into the file as proof that it went out and that it was returned. But I did not think to check to see if that was actually the case. I'm just going by the information that he'd provided and the change of address forms that we have.
So what's our procedure when a letter comes back undeliverable? We just file it and say, good luck?
No, we do make an effort, but one of the first things we will do when they get the tax notice returned to us is we would look to see if we actually have an email address on file or a phone number or something like that. And then normally we try to reach out, but unfortunately that generally doesn't happen until after the due date, just because of how busy we are during this time frame. You know, we get hundreds of letters back and we just don't have the time and the staff to do that as they come in. So it happens later. If when we get it, we have to scan it in, we have to put it on the file, we have to make notes. We're already in the file. It's very easy for us to check to see, hey, do we have a phone number? Do we have an email address? Let's reach out to these people and see. So that is our practice. I don't believe it's a policy, but that is our practice.
So we do that.
We do that, is my understanding.
I mean,
yes.
I get it that it can't be done before you wouldn't even begin probably before the 1st of July.
Yeah.
But I guess I really would like to know whether or not that's done. Of course, there's always a cost involved to that if we have to chase people down.
Yeah.
So it is the responsibility of the ratepayer to contact if they didn't receive it. I mean, it's not news that you pay taxes.
Yeah.
And so
No,
I think it's the onus has to be on them as well.
Absolutely. The onus is on the property owner to make sure that we have the correct mailing addresses, contact information. We do take the time to do that due diligence, but we don't have of all that many phone numbers or email addresses unless there's been some prior communication of some type.
Yep.
Was it the wrong address provided and not accidentally entered wrong?
No, it was the wrong address provided. If we would like to go to the change of address form sent from September 24 redacted, as you can see, can we do that if we click on the link? Yeah, right there. If you go to the form above it, the one above it, right there. So this is obviously I've blacked out a whole bunch about it, but this is the information it was sent to. So it was mailed to 7404 129A Avenue, which my understanding is the incorrect address. And then if we go down to the next page, it has now been corrected. And as you can see here, this is now a rural, the PO box is a rural address, which is not common throughout the county. I believe that Canada Post is moving towards that. but it's only in certain areas that have this type of address.
Okay.
And I believe that he has received his tax notice this year.
Okay, any more questions? Motion, anyone interested? Yeah, Ed?
Yeah, I say we deny the request to cancel these penalties. He had them 3 years in a row. It's cyclical. He should have known his taxes were due.
Okay, discussion on that motion? Bo?
Yeah, you mentioned that he would have been notified by one way or another if you didn't receive any payment. Is that correct? Is that what you said there?
No, I said that
you
if we got the tax notice back, we would have looked through our information to try to see if there was another method of contacting him.
Okay.
And if there was something on file, we would have tried to reach out in
So
that
that
manner.
happened 3 years in a row? We tried contacting him?
As far as I know, I can't stand here and say yes or no. I believe that was our process, and I believe that still is our process, that we would try to contact them. But if we don't have an email address or something of that nature, then, you know, sending it to the address that we just received it back from doesn't get us anywhere, so.
Okay, any more discussion? No? All in favor of option 1, denying the tax refund? Okay, anyone opposed? Oh, everyone's in favor? Okay, sorry, I'm too fast. Okay, motion's carried. Okay, number 2, 2026, appointment of Assessment Review Board officials.
So, in this case, in February meeting, council approved the ARB chairman and clerk and 7 panelists. Since that time, they have come back and they have one more panelist that they would like to be an option to hear ARB hearings for our county. But before that can happen, council needs to appoint him to the board for us. So we're asking that council appoint, where's his name here? Lanscott? Anyway, we're asking that you appoint Braden to our ARB board so that we have 8 members available to us and not just the 7 from earlier this year.
Okay, any questions?
Just a question, you give us no history or anything on them. Is that normal, that we just choose names without knowing who or where they're from or what they do?
What we do know is that they have taken all the required trainings to be a member of the board. They have been certified, so he's now a certified panelist. But as for more information, that is not something I've received, and we generally don't. We know that these folks that are sitting on our ARB board are people that do not reside within our county. And then, you know, I know a bunch of them because I've sat in front of them multiple times for a few years now, but we don't get a lot of that information, no. What we do get is reassurance from CRASC that this gentleman has completed all the required training to sit on our board members, sit on one of our boards, and they're asking us to include him.
Okay, any other questions? No, motion? Option,
Appoint the following.
option 1, okay. That's County Council appoint the following as Assessment Review Board official for 2026. Certified panelist is Braden, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to say last name. Good? Yes. All in favor? Okay, carried. Okay, next we are going to jump back to our Public Works operation for our Operation Monthly Report. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Today, as every other month, I will present our operations monthly report and entertain questions either as we go or after the fact, however you wish to handle it. 1.0, we have our retrospective in regards to work orders, where we had 97 complete and 149 work orders total for April. We have our road ban permit summary. I'm sure you've seen it. 1.2, our foreman reports. The general foreman report, April brought some unusual weather trends, of course. Mix of winter and spring maintenance going on. Sanding trucks were deployed, as well as potholing crews. Quite a mixed bag in April. Potholing crews, ever since then, pretty much been running every day. Drainage has been, you'll see it's a bit of a theme here on a couple of these reports. Culvert issues, plugged, frozen in April, a lot of that leading to May, where we're realizing there's some replacements and repairs that need to be done, and that's been going on. The grader foreman report, beginning of April, winter gravel operations were completed as the road bans came into effect. Throughout the month, crews focused heavily on spring runoff issues, thawing culverts. We had 4 steam units going and a 6-inch diesel pump to try and help alleviate some of these issues to help with the thawing as well. There were some courses for operators, and we started to work towards preparing graders for the summer season. Roads were bladed wherever we could, with a little bit of spot graveling of 40 mil on some soft spots to try and tighten them up a little bit in the spring. Obviously, locate started going in for, as I mentioned, the culvert replacements that we were looking to do. And later in the month was the first opportunity for us to start using the gravel retriever that's mounted on a grader to pull some of the gravel that ends up, on the sides and in the ditch and bring that back a little bit. It's a bit of just the background on that. It's a little bit of a short window to be able to use that tool. Can't use it when it's too soft on the edges. Can't use it when vegetation is very high. So this is the time, and we've had it going full bore to try and use it as much as we can.
Brad?
Yep.
Just on that, I'd like to hear what your feedback is in terms of how that program worked. I've certainly had some feedback, but I'd like to hear what you've heard.
Yeah, with the short window, I would love to cover a lot more ground than we were able to, but it's just not in the cards. This year, our assessment, we kind of looked at a few areas and went to where it was really a need to get going on that. As the process goes, it kind of makes things look a little bit messy, for lack of a better term, as they're pulling it up. Some of the grass and sods, dried, dead stuff comes up onto the road, and what we do is essentially we have 2 graders going. The one is pulling it up. The one behind it is kind of blading it out, bringing everything to the middle, feathering it back out, trying to pack down where we can. We bring a water truck. Also, water truck if it gets really dry, because that machine creates sparks at times, so we try and, for fire mitigation, bring it out. Yeah, I think it took us a while, going years past, to figure out exactly what the best application for that machine was. But I think we're every year we add a little bit to it, and I think it's something that is getting better and working pretty well.
Well, I just want to comment on it. I had a number of phone calls, and I checked some of it out as well, and all the phone calls were positive. They felt that they done a good job on, it was range road 92 and 572. I don't know where else you went in that area, but the comments I heard were extremely positive.
Great, thank you. I always appreciate that feedback, positive or negative.
And I think excuse me, I think you had my email about 564. I had some complaints about that one. But it was more about timing, I believe, with all the heavy machinery, seeding and all that stuff going on. It was really rough and slow for a period of time for them. So I had, 5 phone calls over that section of road there, so.
Sure, and if you don't mind, I don't know if you got the email response back yet. Okay, yeah, the timing is the exact same time that they're going to be doing that stuff where this machine is ready for use. And with that one specifically, there was always that's on the gravel list this year, so that was a, hey, let's tune this up, get it going before we gravel it, and get going. So yeah, and I did drive it right after your email and to have a look, and it didn't look pretty. Functionality, in my opinion, was not hindered whatsoever.
No, I agree. Functionality, it was good. I cruised down there 70, 75 kilometers an hour in my pickup, no problem. Just didn't look good. And then if you're going to cap it with gravel here on the haul, that'll be a good thing, I guess, as long as we don't have issues with the debris or whatever you're bringing up on the road underneath that gravel.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, and I should mention too that watering and packing is part of that process as well. If it rains before we get to the gravel portion, they'll be out there to start working on it, and if it doesn't, then we'll water it and pack it and do it before the gravel gets there.
Just curious, I'm not familiar with that machine. How is that any different than blading up the shoulder pull?
Sure. So it's it kind of extends our reach a little bit out the side, and it actually has a rotating drum, and then, I don't know, for lack of a better term, kind of teeth on it. Then it kind of rotates through and kind of brings everything up. So we're not doing like a big cut and shape with it. It's more just kind of the rotating drum starts to funnel the gravel and obviously organics and stuff kind of back towards the middle, but it does a little bit of shaping like a shoulder pull similar to that, but not nearly as in depth, and it can't do quite the cutting and shaping that an actual shoulder pull will do, but it kind of does like little tidying and mostly for cleaning up the gravel and that goes into the ditch that we all hate. Okay, section 2, next 30-day preview. Regular gravel maintenance, and again, just a reminder, this is April, so we're talking about May, which is pretty much gone. Blading, shaping is kind of in full swing. Culvert replacements are full swing. Frost we're good there. Obviously, the communication came out, bands came off yesterday. So that always helps. And I will mention on that retriever, we are now at the point where we have shut it down for the season. Just mostly the vegetation is up enough that it kind of makes it difficult. Pothole repairs still going within those 30 days. There was some winter storms, spring storms. Like I said, April was a bit of a weird one weather-wise. Seems like the whole winter was. So there was a lot of tree debris and storm remnants left over that crews have been working on and trying to clean it up and at least get it off the road, and then when we get a chance to come back and get it. Section 2.2, programs and projects. So the big one that we are doing right now, dust suppression. I'll just kind of go through what I got here. The program essentially consists of 3 parts. There's an industry paid portion. These are encompassed in development or road use agreements where industry pays for, is required to pay, and we apply dust control. There are county paid areas that are identified for various reasons. We look at, safety, traffic and everything, and we exclusively pay for that. And then there's a homeowner opt-in pay, so that's if you want it in front of your driveway or whatever, and that's 100% funded by the homeowner. The opt-in program, it carries an April 30th application deadline. This is so we can plan and schedule the work. After applications are in, map plotting, physical marking happens. We plan on moving efficiently, whatever section we start in and moving efficiently. So that's why we carry a deadline so we can get the planning going. As you can imagine, as late things come in and change, jumping around from place to place is neither cost effective nor efficient. So hence the deadline so we can get everything going. So there's always budget constraints when you're assessing this program. This year, to help work with council's strategic plan, easy for me to say, we did tighten this budget even further. So what we kind of looked at previous years, we had quite a few council requests on what the Lac St. Anne paid for areas would be. So some of the first cuts that we kind of did were some of these councilor requests from before, really with the new direction for that to kind of come back with input from you and see where you see things going with that. I did have a scheduled start date of May 25th. Couldn't meet it. It started on the 27th, so we're there now, but we are, and sorry, it does say Division 1. That is also not true. At the time of the report, that was the plan. We pivoted and we are in Division 5 right now. And so we're, I would say, believe it or not, I think we're ahead or right on schedule for that. So.
Sorry to interrupt. Bo, you have a question?
Yes. Just curious, you mentioned there's 3 different types: industry pays, county pays, and the homeowner option of 100%. They pay 100% of the charge. We don't subsidize that at all?
No, so if you look at some of the other models at municipalities, there's a million different ways that they do it. Some of them are, it's the ratepayer applies for it, but the county subsidizes a portion of it. I can use a neighboring county, Woodlands, like their charge is about $200 less per 100 meters than ours, because the ratepayers choose the spot, but the county subsidizes it. The way we subsidize it essentially is that our fully paid county spots that we do that's kind of the model we use. I'm maybe not explaining it very well, but so the ones that we choose to do under our full payment is essentially what we think is the the subsidy end of it, but ratepayers do pay the full amount for their opt-in program.
Is there a compassionate program? I heard something about a compassionate program from a few ratepayers.
Not really. We have had some direction in the past from council about a couple one-offs. I caution that model as we see, I mean, we'll go back to snow clearing and everything like that. There's the cost that is associated, and it kind of goes against a lot of the things that we like to do. So it's kind of a convoluted answer, but no, not really. We don't have a compassionate program. We do have the odd ratepayer that submits with a doctor's note, say, or something like that, and essentially that I don't make that decision. It ends up coming to council, whether they call you or we present it to you or whatever. But in my mind, I don't do it.
Dale?
So Brad, last meeting, I kind of, in order to help me with this stuff, I asked for a road count. Were you able to get that?
Traffic count, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, so I did send an email. I didn't bring it with me here today, I don't think.
Anything, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I sent one to Anne, and I'm guessing with her gone right now, it was tough to get it through. But I did find, and it was up to 2025. So I think we had about 3 years worth of like daily averages, annual daily traffic counts, and yeah, so that it will be coming your way. I did find some info for you for
and
sure.
Same token, I asked how many roads we didn't get winter gravelled in the program. We'd planned for X miles or kilometers, and we ran out of time or something.
Right, and I apologize, I did not get that.
If you can get that in the same email, that's great. Thank you.
Essentially, that is the report. So at this point, we can open it up for discussion and questions. I guess I will just mention too that you do have the dust control listings, I believe. Some of it's obviously redacted just for names of ratepayers and such. And yeah, it's just trying to get as much info out to you as we can.
I'm looking at the dust control 2026, and one item in particular for dust control is, I believe, Range Road 41, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to find it again here. North of 633 for 20-some thousand dollars. Is that something we do on an annual basis? Yeah, I believe that's what it was. I'm trying to find. Yeah, that one. What page is it on?
So that would be Nakuti Road?
Yeah.
Right. So yes, in the past we have done that one. I think I want to say that we may have taken it off this year as there was plans to pave, right? So that was kind of the thought, that we could have some savings there if we took it off. Recent update from what I'm hearing, that might not be happening there this year, as they maybe haven't been able to procure the land that they need. Yeah.
So this schedule and this budget here is not accurate then?
I have taken, so I still can't see it on here. Oh, sorry, I see it there now.
We can,
Sorry, Jillian has something to say.
if it helps, we can take a review of Brad's spreadsheet against the approved budget, which we're just packaging together for when we come with financial reporting on June 11th. If you want, we can take that away and bring it back, because Brad does this report monthly, I believe.
This is critical for the timing, I would imagine, for the scheduling of the actual dust control, is it not?
Yes, that's correct. I don't know why I can't, I'm struggling to find it.
It's a second Excel sheet.
Okay. Oh. Gotcha. Yep. Yep, that's an error because, well, first of all, it's in the wrong division there. So I deleted it on the other, in the actual Division 5. So yes, that is a mistake. And I guess what we want to look at there is the direction that council would like to go, if they keep it deleted or
I would like to see accurate costs, and that goes towards the budget here. And if it does not need to be done, then it should be scrapped, I think, for $24,000.
Okay, yep, no, that's fair point. And again, like I said, my intention was to, because the thought was that it was going to be paved. Again, I apologize for inaccurate information. I hate excuses. The person that made these spreadsheets is no longer here, so I've been picking up the pieces, and I made a mistake, and I do not have it on there properly, so I apologize.
Dale.
Okay, I have a question. We have a road that's between, it's actually Range Road 31 between 564 and 570, that is just a regular county road, but it's a direct unit or direct access from the highway that goes to Killdeer Beach or that area straight through to the Waterhall station. And I've actually drove over there, and I've actually been there when a water truck comes through. And I'm wondering if we need to talk, because it looks like Wild does some work on some of the roads where they're traveled highly by water trucks. Have we looked at that particular road to see if it requires either dust control or maybe a no truck road?
Yeah, I think we're going back a little ways to look at whether it was a truck road or not. I'm sorry, I'm not 100% familiar, but you're talking about the road that runs north-south, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So I've spoke to Wild about the dust suppression on there, and yeah, they were of course more than willing to pay their portion. We do have one resident on that road that refuses dust control, so there's a little bit of a gap there, but. I mean, I'm not 100% not opposed to talking to Wild about potentially, hey, keep your traffic right off of there.
Yeah, well, I'm just concerned because it's a easy route, but yet we have a truck designed road that maybe adds 2 miles to the trip, but it's a U, right? And I'm wondering if we could look at the fact of, and that's why I was asking for traffic counts too, because that probably would say, oh, it's all cars or all big trucks or whatever, to make that decision. So if we could take a look at that, I would appreciate that.
Absolutely. Yeah, like I said, that in the past that had come up, I think, but I was not on the ground floor with that, but I'll revisit it 100%.
All right. Good. Thanks, Brad.
Okay, any more questions? No, could we get a motion to accept the monthly report as information? Mike, thank you. All in favor? And carried. Next we have Barry's request for stopping projects till our new GM of operations arrives. Barry, do you want to elaborate, please?
I'd like to put forward to stop all major road projects until Nick gets here. His road knowledge is very good, and I think he'd like to get a look at things and get his opinion on them. He's done a lot of roads. In his interview, he said he's very well versed on it. And I think some more different direction, maybe different look at things might help. It's only a couple more days. He's here June 4th, so not asking for months. But maybe he can find a way to do cost savings, some efficiency stuff, maybe a better way of doing things. Fresh set of eyes.
Thank you. Jillian, please.
So if I may, June 4th, and we're super excited to have him on board. In a governance aspect of council's approved budget, we have taken that approved budget and started working on things. In every division, the GMs and the managers are looking for those efficiencies, but I would be hesitant to say that we are stopping work or stopping staff hours and those types of things for the 5 days that we're waiting for Nick to come here. I think it's definitely on his to-do list to address all projects, all operations, but I would just caution that there is a lot of progress in the works, and with the approved budget happening, I just don't want staff to feel as if they would be offside continuing their day-to-day job. So if, as much as I understand you're as excited as I am, I would like to ask that since we have approved those budgets and we have allocated work and we've hired people and we have things happening, that we just allow that to continue for the next 5 days, 6 days till he's here.
Okay, Jürgen?
Just a question. What, I think you're only pertaining to road construction. Yeah. So are there any major road projects that are starting this week?
There's also the back end work, if we're going through procurements, if we're signing contracts, if we have had work done and we need to produce payments. So there's the observable part out on the road, but there's also all of the back of house pieces happening. We are bringing the financial reporting, and we do have all projects except for I think a couple of shoulder poles as of March 31st had not started, and I'll ask Brad as of today, because we're working on Q1 reporting. I think those might be the only ones, and there is some that are on the capital list and in progress as per your approved budget.
What I'm saying though, 4 or 5 days is going to make or break something. I'm just saying, I'd like to get his opinion on some of these projects, if they have not started, to get his opinion on them and get his expertise on it. That's what I'm asking for.
Absolutely.
So we don't make another mistake and repair roads that are shit when they're done. I'm sorry my language, but When I see a road get repaired 4 times in 10 years and it doesn't get any better, it's time to start looking at other options.
And through the chair, and I appreciate that. And it's a good marching order for day one, but it could be more than 4 days by the time Nick is here, onboarded, and worked through his work plan, meetings that he has. That takes time and accountability, which I agree is on his shoulders. But I would assess that that would be halting capital projects that have seasonal components as well. And it may be more than just on his first day to make those types of assessments. So I understand where you're coming from. You want us to do the best use of public dollars in the best way, but I don't know if that's a one-day turnaround type of activity for that GM. And so I would not want to halt your capital budget program in order to do that and come back to you with any changes.
Okay, we'll make it noted that I've made note of this, and if there's some mistakes being made again with bad road repairs, I'm coming back with, I want answers then. I want that noted.
One road in particular that's scheduled, it's a major project, is Range Road 33, going from 633 into Parkland County. I've requested information on that road as it's in my division. I still have not received it. One of the questions I was asking is, why are we doing land acquisition to pave a road? And I still haven't got a response for that. So I think that's what Barry's alluding to here is, we want to make sure that these projects, the major projects that we're spending millions of dollars on, are thoroughly analyzed and done properly from the start. And when we first started this, we put in a restriction on all projects. And I don't even recall lifting that restriction. We put a hold on every project, capital project.
You go ahead, because I have no idea that we've completely stopped the entire capital budget process after it was approved. So
that was going to be my point. At the time that you approved the capital budget, that's a go-ahead to continue on with the capital projects.
It might be a go-ahead, but we were asking for information on some of these projects, which we still haven't received. 540 is another good example that got pushed through very quickly, that we still are waiting for answers, and it's in a disastrous state. It's a brand new road, 1 mile road, and I believe it was what, how many $1 million? $2 million from 1 mile road, and it's barricaded today.
So what I'd like to do in the absence of GM Hartman, who is in charge of infrastructure, and is to connect with him and see where your questions are in that response. I have not seen them. When we will connect with the CAO tomorrow to maybe see if they can also be sent to me as part of the capital budget reporting process, and then we can get a response back to you. But acting CAO Trista is correct in that the approval of the capital budget is the approval to move forward. However, I think there are reporting requirements to ensure council is informed as we progress on those, and I think that's where I would want us to do a good job to make sure you're informed as we go. Dale?
And that's exactly the angle that we are looking for, just confirmation that we're looking after the funds in the right way. We're not rushing things through because they got approved and there might be issues, to rush them through so that, and we feel confident. I mean, that's the big thing here. We have to feel confident, and we may be a little bit overreactive according to what previously had happened that we all weren't familiar with or happy with. And that's why we might be a little overreactive. We don't want some of those things happening again.
And if I may, I think that's the right due diligence for council and administration to collaborate on. And so GM Hartman and myself can commit to making sure that when we come on June 11th with the operating and capital report for the first quarter and subsequent quarters, that we're giving you the right information you need. As the GM of infrastructure, he'll have that. I am expecting all GMs to be there. We've been working on that report to have a good state of where their projects are at. And so this is really good feedback for myself to know, that how much that accountability means to you, and we'll just ensure that we're giving you the right information you need to be informed, because your constituents will also ask you, and so I want to make sure we put you in the right place for that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so a motion for that is to possibly allow administration to continue on with their daily operations, so we're not putting a halt on projects, but yet bringing back the information that we need stat. Barry, you okay with that? Not really?
Not really, but yeah.
Okay, can I make that motion or am I not allowed? Okay, nope.
I think in terms of continuing on, we don't need a motion.
No.
If we do something else, we need a motion.
Okay. Okay, so we'll just continue as is. No motion, I'm good. Oh, okay, motion to accept for information and discussion? Okay, all in favor? Okay, carried. Moving on next, again, is Barry brought up the Township Road 540 for a compaction test and core sampling.
Yeah, I've been out to that road multiple times. It's not holding up. If you've been out there, Brad, you'd know that road is built like shit. I'm sorry my language, but that road, you cannot build a road in November during frost and get a compaction test proper. I've done my research. I think it's to the good of the county to make that roads before it's signed off on, that we should get an independent group to do a compaction test and a core sampling test to prove that it was done right. If it's done right, I'll be a happy camper. But if it's done wrong, somebody's going to fix it.
Questions?
Through the chair, yep. On my end, just since you did ask me a question, that's fair and that's not a problem. I will say that road is about 85% done according to our consultant, so it's not complete yet. So I think that's an easy one to get us to do. So what do you mean independently? I'm not doing it.
No, get somebody, an independent firm to do the compaction tests, exactly where Barcy would have done them, and do a core sampling. Altair is a good group I researched. They seem to be very good, well-known. They're independent.
Any more questions or discussion? Okay, sorry, motion?
I'll make a motion to hire an independent firm to do a compaction test and core sampling.
Okay, discussion.
I would suggest that maybe the motion be more like we instruct administration to investigate whether or not to do that. Well, I think that's quite a difference, and you're doing this, then where does the money come from for the budget and everything else? And it gets fairly complicated. It's not just, we can't just say do it and then they come back, okay, where do we get the money from? And it continues on. So I think in this case, we instruct administration, because it is their job, not ours, to take a look at that and get back to us how they're going to do it.
I'm fine with that.
So that would be that you would instruct administration to check into the quality of the road and get back to us by next meeting.
Yep.
With a cost estimate as well.
Could you make that motion a little bit more direct as into what we're looking for? Barry mentioned he's looking for a compaction test and core sampling.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll give it a shot then. So I would, sorry.
Sorry, I just want clarity before we go. At the road, this current state of the road, or at completion?
Well, it's up to them. You can wait till he finishes it, and if they find they messed it up, they can start all over again. Or you can check it now, but I'm sure Barcy will want to finish it to prove that they've done a good job. So, I don't know. I'd wait till it's finished.
I disagree, because if it's not good now and we go ahead and finish on top of not good, we have a not good road. If we go now and it's good, we're good to go. If it's not good to go, then we know we have something to do as well.
I might be mistaken, but I also heard that we did do the compaction tests, that they were done by the consultant. Is that not correct?
I apologize, I do not have that answer for you.
Well, I will go back to a motion. It isn't going to be as specific as you like, but that we instruct administration to reassess the road and come back with options of how to deal with it, including, if needed, the compaction testing. Well, that would be core sampling. But I think we have to put some faith in our administration as well. And if each of us go and demand what to do, I don't think that is the right process. That they have a look at it, I think that's fair. But I think the administration has to come back and say what it is we're going to be doing.
No, if you've seen the state of that road, you'd understand a little more, I think. If you've actually driven it, if you could drive it, because they've had it blockaded all year. So it is a problem. We've paid for majority of it and we can't use it. That's the problem. And I think it needs to be checked.
Okay,
I totally agree.
yeah, we need to settle down. Let's, we have a motion on the table. It's been clearly given. Let's move on. Everyone in favor with the motion? Does it need to be repeated?
Yes, please repeat that motion, because I believe Barry made the motion and then Jürgen adjusted it.
Just Jürgen's motion. Okay, good. All in favor? Carried. Cool. Thanks for the pressure, guys. Okay, let's move on. Oh my goodness. We are on to finance next.
Point of order, the other one on there, the major.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, you're right. Absolutely.
or,
Sorry.
The ag services.
Yeah, that is right. Sorry, one more second. Jürgen, you had brought up the Alice.
So I sent that out to everyone just a couple days ago. I received from Christine Campbell from ALIS, and they're wanting us to give support. I'm sure you've all read it, in terms of that the Alberta government continues to fund the ALIS program. Now, we've asked administration to come back to us on that, whether or not we want to continue ALIS or not. So well, I wouldn't do it on anything, but I definitely wasn't prepared to sign the letter that they suggested to Minister Hunter. So I wanted it on the agenda here. I'd love to hear your feedback, but my suggestion is we do a little bit of a punt to the ASB board next week, and then we address it at our next council meeting. And then that gives administration a little more time to answer what we'd asked at our last council meeting.
Yeah, Ed. Oh, sorry, Ed.
So, yeah, I agree. We had spoke that whether we're getting actual service out of that particular program, and it caught me off as well, and I certainly think exactly what you said. I would push it off till we decide what we're doing.
Well, yeah.
Basically, is what you said.
That's what I say.
Okay,
And
Ed.
that'd be a council decision too.
It has to be a council decision. Yeah, I would say I'll get this sent to the chair. Well, the chair does have it for the ASB, but put it on the agenda, and then we can bring it back to council here at our next council meeting.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say is I'll bring that, our meeting's on Tuesday, so I'll bring that up and we'll have a thorough discussion of the plan for the Alice board, what we're gonna do, and then that'll come back to council through administration.
Okay, motion? Do I motion that? What's our motion? Okay, accepting for information.
And to take to the,
Oh,
1 second.
Trissa?
Thank you. If I could, I would recommend a motion to direct administration that it be forwarded to the Ag Services Board for consideration.
All in favor of that one? Good, carried. Oh wait, now we can move on to finance. T1, or T119 trailer replacement budget transfer request.
So thank you for making time for us this afternoon. I'd like to introduce you to our finance manager, Terry Lee Chen, who will be providing an overview of this report and request. This is the budget nerd in me, making sure that we're very clear on what is part of our operating budget and what is part of our capital budget. It is normal to come back to council and request transfers from one to the other, whether, especially in the circumstance of fleet or fleet repairs, where we're looking for the best value of money. So the positive is that there is budget approved for this money for the trailer. However, it's just in the operating budget and not the capital budget. So I'll pass it over to Terry.
Thank you. So right after the 2026 budget approval, a week later, I was notified there was a enclosed trailer was structurally, critically unsafe to be on the road. So I worked with Brad and Stu trying to figure out what's the best solution, different solutions that to come up with, especially we just approved the budget. So we explored short-term rental and new purchase or a lease potentials. And I got these quotes for every single one, do our due diligence. And thank goodness that Julian came to was that we discussed it, and we discovered that the best option is to purchase a new enclosed trailer, as I was finalizing with some cost saving under the operating budget. So we have that money to be able to use for purchase of the enclosed trailer.
Okay, any questions?
I do have a question. You said that we've leased a trailer for that now?
No, we purchased the new trailer.
Oh, we've actually purchased it already. Okay, I understood you wrong then. Thank you, that's good. I was concerned we were leasing one, and I don't think that's wise.
I would agree as well.
Okay, any more questions? No, can we get a motion for Barry? Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have is the community service, the Abadassa tournament, request to waive fees.
Thank you. So a request from Abadassa, the Alberta Beach and District Amateur Softball Association, to waive the diamond rental fees for a tournament in September in Sangudo has been received. It's a similar request to what we've seen at the last meeting on May 14th. In that case, council chose not to waive the fees. Administration's recommendation is to reflect that previous direction and to deny the request to remain consistent with how these types of requests are handled. The two options presented are straightforward. Council can either deny the request or approve it, or a third option that isn't included is to compromise with a reduced fee. Regular fees are $50 per diamond per day. Excuse me. The booking request is for 2 diamonds on September long weekend, so a total of $300.
Okay, any questions? No? Okay, we'll move on to the motion. Okay, that's option 1 to deny the request. Discussion? No? All in favor? Carried. Okay, next is the Onaway Adult Slow Pitch 2026 season.
At the May 14th meeting, Council deferred this item to allow some time for some additional options and comparative fees from other municipalities. Essentially, the adult ball organization in Onaway is rebuilding their slow pitch program, and they are requiring the use of diamonds for the season plus a year-end tournament. Administration has reviewed fee structures in other municipalities. They are, as we suspected, all over the place, but we did put some comparisons into the agenda package for you. The recommendation before council proposes establishing a seasonal rate of $500 for the adult league play, along with the $500 damage deposit, which is our standard for tournaments, and then also charging an additional tournament rate, which is established at the $50 per diamond per day. There's several options provided, ranging from adopting the recommended seasonal rate of the $500 plus the tournament fees of $50 per diamond per day, or setting a seasonal rate that would include the year-end tournament, or setting a new rate, or you would still have the option of waiving the fees. So again, if you compare it to the other municipalities, they're kind of all over the place, so we just kind of did an average and came up with the $500.
Okay, any questions? No questions, Kate? Motion? Dale? Okay, option 1 to approve. Okay, any discussion? Yeah, Bo?
By doing a seasonal rate for $500, how does that work with scheduling for the people that are not on a seasonal rate?
There's only the one league. I'm not sure of the question, sorry.
But they use the diamonds, right?
Mm-hmm. Nobody else
Nobody
is.
else
No,
is
there's
using
no other
diamonds?
league. So the process is to book the diamonds through the county, and so
Right.
it's
So who gets first priority?
the league.
The league, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, motion's on the table. All in favor? Okay, all opposed? 1, do you want to be recorded? Okay, please record. Okay, motion's carried. Next we have is Seniors Week for 2026.
This is a simple one. A request to council declare June 1st through 7th as Seniors Week. We've done this historically for several years.
Okay, questions?
What do we do special during that week? I'm gonna buy you a pair of glasses and better hearing aids. So we do anything special? Do we?
We don't directly. When we get into the grants and donations, we have provided funding to the foundation for a little event at the lodges and Extendicare.
And how much do we spend?
$600. We have historically done a seniors tea. It kind of dwindled off a few years ago, so we haven't done it for probably 5 years now.
Okay, any more questions? No, can I get a motion? Mike?
Option 1.
Okay, option 1. All in favor? Carried. Okay, now we have the Farm Credit Canada Agri-Spirit Grant.
This one is a little bit convoluted, so bear with me and ask your questions. The Coyote Community Hall, our association, is asking the county to act as a municipal partner for your application to the Farm Credit Canada Agri-Spirit program. As council knows, community associations can apply for this program, but only if they have that municipal partnership behind them. The financial risk to the county is minimal, but it does place the county in the role of administering the funds, so we receive the funds and we issue it back out. We did approve a similar partnership with the Sangodo Community Hall Society at the last meeting, and then we've also submitted an application on behalf of the county. So the Coyote Community Association submitted their application ahead of the deadline with the hope that council would approve the request. We had not received it at the time they submitted. I have advised their rep that if council does not approve the partnership, they will be required to withdraw their application. If approved, the county would be associated with 3 applications in total, one led by the county and two by community organizations. That is allowable in the grant eligibility criteria. So the two options before council today are to approve the partnership or deny it. And again, if we deny, they would have to withdraw their application.
Okay, any questions?
So you're saying there's no risk really to us other than doing the paperwork, right?
From my discussions with them, the risk is that they would engage us to assist them in any kind of requirement that they would need. So if they've not submitted final accounting or those kinds of things, they would ask us to assist to get that completed, but there's no financial risk directly to the county.
There's a small amount of time involved, worst case.
Worst case, there's time involved if they don't comply. If they do comply, it's minimal.
Okay, thank you.
Jürgen.
The only other risk is that they're competitive bids, and I mean, I guess they still could all be approved. I don't know what the total request is, but you know, it's pitting one against the other, but I don't think that's a big deal.
Okay, any more questions? Can I get a motion? Oh, Jürgen, option 1. Okay, all in favor? Carried. Now, this next one was grants and donations and sponsorship. Tristan and I chatted. It's a huge document, and we only have an hour. Are you guys okay if we move it to the bottom of the list? And if we have time, we'll do it. If not, we'll table it. Is that fine? Okay, we'll move on to the next one, grass mowing request.
Thank you again. So council is being asked to consider whether the county can provide grass mowing services to 2 major events hosted by the Lac-Sainte-Anne Pilgrimage Company throughout the year. Historically, the county has supported these events with the in-kind mowing. In speaking with our team, they have estimated the cost for a single mowing pass at a total of $56.60. That is, we don't have anything in our fees and rates bylaw that would address this, and so that is using the Alberta Road Builders Guide for the equipment, and then we've estimated the labor on our side. There's no administration cost considered in those numbers. So the estimated total time to complete a single pass is 2 tractors at 10 hours each for a total of 20 hours. And so the Alberta Builders rate is $183 for the tractor and mower, so $36.60. A service unit at $65 per hour for another $1,300, and then the operator is estimated at $35 per hour, so a total of $56.60. Various cost models can be explored. We can charge them the full fee and still complete the work. We can go with a split. I've proposed 50%, which would be the $28.30. We could do labor plus 50% of the equipment, which is $31.80, or only the labor, which is basically our out-of-pocket costs, is $700. The recommendation is to continue supporting the organization, but on a cost share basis rather than fully in kind.
Okay, any questions? No questions, I'll get a motion. Yeah, Ed?
I'd go option 1 on the cost share, 50-50.
Okay, discussion?
I think that's a good solution.
That's a good one, Ed.
Okay, option 1, all in favor? Carried. Okay, next we will go down to the council meeting chair rotation.
So the REEV has proposed implementing a rotating chairperson, which we're trialing today. Thank you. The intent of the approach is to provide all council members with the opportunity to gain their experience in chairing meetings. Under the model, the role would rotate among council members on a scheduled basis, and the schedule will be developed with the expectation that a council member will replace the REEV approximately one meeting every 2nd month. The recommendation is that council approves the implementation of the rotating chairperson model.
Okay, questions? No? Jürgen?
I'll make that motion.
Oh, motion, Kate? Oh, Bo?
I'd just like to say that I've got no interest in running the chair, so to be in a rotation, it should be voluntary.
Yeah, I don't know if that needs to be in the motion, but I totally agree that if somebody doesn't want to be in the rotation, you just have to state it. And I know you've stated that before, and I appreciate that. But I just think, seeing it today already, I think it's good. And I really do believe that it's good if everyone, those that want, take a turn at it. And besides the fact that the Deputy Reeve will anyways be not necessarily in that rotation, but will at other times will be taking it.
I need training too, maybe.
We all need training. So I just, I'm glad it's here as a motion, and I support it certainly.
Okay, motion's made. We have a discussion? No?
I still have
Oh.
a couple questions.
Yep.
And last, I had asked administration to maybe think about putting together a little bit of a program for each one of us. I don't know if that got missed in the minutes, so if you want to review the minutes, I did ask that administration come back with 2 or 3 proposals on what they thought would be good information to pass on to us, so to make us better at that position. So just review that for me, and yeah.
It's coming back to me.
Okay, Jürgen?
I actually think Anne is working on that, and she's got that, and is she already sent everyone a big thing on how to chair a meeting, and well, that was after I had suggested we do it, and in addition, I believe she was considering having someone to do a little training on it as well. I don't know where she's ended up there, but I know she's working on that.
And just to further that, I believe you're right that she was working on something. I'm not sure where she's at with it. But in addition, I know prior to this meeting, and it's been happening before, but prior to this meeting, the Reeve and Councillor Stoney and myself met to review the agenda, and we talked about, some of the things that are potential to happen or not happen and those kinds of things. So that was, I think, a really good piece and should probably be continued as well.
Yeah, I agree. That pre-meeting was nice.
That's one of the things that I said right away as well. I have the weekly CAO Reeve meeting, so whoever's chairing that week, and in this case Jill, I asked her to be part of that meeting where we discuss the agenda and how to go through it and everything. So in a way, that is a bit of a training exercise right there. So that adds to Dale your concerns, which are really good. Yeah, and that I would want to continue that we have a discussion prior to the meeting, because it really is an important part that the chair of the meeting exactly knows what's coming up and how to navigate it.
Okay, so Jürgen, you had the motion one? Okay, all in favor? Cool, carried. Next is the correspondence, Deputy Minister, Science and Technology Branch, Agriculture and Agri-Foods Canada.
Again, fairly straightforward. Council had authorized a letter go to the minister in regards to the Lacombe Research and Development Center. That letter did go out and we did receive a response back, so it is included for your information.
Okay, questions? Okay, motion to accept for information? Yep, Dale. All in favor? Carried. Okay, next we have the Municipal Planning Service presentation to Council.
So at the request of Councillor Knish, who attended the Community Planning Association of Alberta conference earlier in the year, he participated in a workshop titled Ecosystem Services. From that, he is looking to invite Municipal Planning Services, MPS, to provide a presentation to Council. regarding both the ecosystem services and some natural asset management. So administration did reach out to MPS to confirm what that would entail, if there's a cost to it or whatnot. We have not received a response back yet, but it is here for your discussion, and I'm sure Councillor Kanish can add anything to that.
I just think it would be a valuable session if they were to provide some input on how land use is affiliated with the municipal development plan and everything else that we're working on currently, including the statutory plans. It was a really well done presentation. There was a lot of good knowledge gained there. We did have two members from our development department there, Tanya and Amy, but unfortunately our manager was not there at this session. And we all believe that it was a valuable session. So I think it would be great if they come and present a case on why their particular association and how they do things when it comes to the consultation and land use. So I think it would be ideal. I did send an email to Jane Daphne, I believe it is, and she said she'd be more than welcome to come to council and put together a short little brief on that presentation, and then we can go from there.
Okay, any questions? No, motion? Or I guess except for information? Or direction?
Option one?
Okay, option one, County Council receives the discussion on scheduling an information session regarding ecosystem services and natural asset management by Municipal Planning Services, session for information. Good, all in favor? All, yep. Okay, carried. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. So that is that we don't proceed with, it's just to receive it as information, that we don't proceed with securing them to present. The second option was to actually schedule the event.
Is that what you meant?
Okay, now we got a problem.
Yeah.
I made the wrong motion and we voted.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Can we resend that motion?
I'll rescind my motion.
And as we just read, that would have to be unanimous to rescind it.
Right.
So before we rescind it, I'd like to just make a comment. I'd be reluctant to approve that we hire them before we know the details. You know, if we get a $10,000 bill, we've just approved a $10,000 bill. And so I'd be very careful on approving something like this without having proper information.
Okay, Bo?
So I would still agree with the first motion.
The request was to have them to come to present an opinion of what that presentation was all about, how it affects their relationship as a consultant and our administration and county, and how they can help us. I don't anticipate there being a charge for it, and that wasn't the intent of it. There should be a zero charge for it. And she was more than willing at that point through the email, which I believe you had a copy of the email. So maybe the best thing to do is wait till they get back to us. If they get back to us and they're willing to come to address council and give us some insight, that'd be awesome. If not, I agree with Jürgen that we're not looking to spend any money on consultants in general. Thank you.
So then the original motion could stand and we could still, as administration, bring back information once we get it.
Okay, option one's good and all's good. Okay, moving on. County Council Committee reports.
I will defer this back to the seven of you.
Okay, if there's anything you guys would like to elaborate on that you did this past month, please do so. If not, we will just accept it for information. Okay, all in favor for information? Carried. Who wants to make that motion for information? Barry. Okay, we have what, 50 minutes? Can we get through the grants in 50 minutes? Okay, we are going to go back to the grant donation and sponsorship. I just want to make a note that if 3 o'clock hits, I do have to leave. So, just so you know.
If we could just get 2 minutes, for some reason, I'm not able to edit my database here.
Does anyone need a 2-minute bathroom drink break? Okay, 3 minutes. Barry. Shh. Trista, are you ready to go? Okay. Okay, have at her, Trista. Do I have to? Oh, okay, okay, everyone's here. Calling back to order. Trista, have at it.
Thank you. So today's item is intended to open discussions on how council wants to approach grants, donations, and sponsorships for 2026. We'll walk through the available funding streams together. You've seen these before through our council orientation probably a couple months ago already. So for today's conversation, we have the Recreation Facility and Program Assistance Grant, the Family and Community Support Services, or FCSS grant, and our general donations and sponsorships. Other grant programs will be brought forward at future meetings, and it's anticipated that you'll see some of these programs that we're going to talk about today even back again after we get through some discussions. So I've pulled up a live spreadsheet so we can use this as we enter some numbers and see the live impact on different scenarios and adjustments in real time. The chart on the agenda reflects the 2025 allocations in principle just as a reference tool. Most of these are historically funded at levels with a few exceptions. The chart also highlights commitments that are fixed for 2026, and those are either through bylaw, a resolution, an agreement, those types of things. So there's not much room that we have flexibility with those ones unless you want to increase, but it's going to be difficult to decrease. So I hope the conversation will also tie into some of the policies and procedures that guide some of our decision making and how we deal with requests when they come in for support, whether that be cash donations, door prizes, or fundraisers or in-kind assistance. So while we're not looking for policy decisions that are required today, Council's direction will help me shape some of those policies to bring back to you in the future. Given the number of variables, as you can tell, it's very difficult to make a single recommendation, so we're just going to try to talk it through and see where we get. Looking at our historical practices, we've grouped similar programs, activities, and facilities into broad categories, and instead of using an application process, we allocated general lump sum fees to each organization within that category. There has always still been room for special considerations when requests exceed those amounts, or whether there's new initiatives or emergent items that come from those organizations. Today, we'll begin our discussion from the starting point and see where the conversation leads us. There will be exceptions, or as I've named them in my presentation, anomalies along the way, but we'll work through them and I'll attempt to identify them as we go. So as we go through this, we can also discuss how Council wants to approach future allocations. Should funding continue as predetermined lump sums, as we have typically done historically? Should we move forward with a grant application model? Who should review those requests and have the authority to approve them? Is there interest in establishing a counselor discretionary fund? Should decisions be administrative based on key criteria and scoring? Or would we want them all to come to council, especially when some may be as small as a $50 bench show request, while others involve several thousands of dollars? A hybrid or tiered system may be worth exploring, where different levels trigger administrative approval versus council approval. And if we move towards a grant program, what does that process look like? What are the timelines? What are the funding levels? That will all need to be explored. So there's a wide range of approaches across municipalities when it comes to grant funding, and there's none that are specifically legislated, so we don't have to provide grants, but we do provide grants. So we have a flexibility in shaping a model that's going to work for us. Again, not all of these decisions need to be made today, but we're hoping your comments will guide us in redeveloping the policies, or at least narrowing some of that scope so we know where your heads are at, what your thought process is, and then we can bring them back to a future meeting. If that process is looking okay, we will start with Ag Societies. I'm just going to do a quick sort here so we're all looking at the same thing on the screen. So the Ag Societies is our first anomaly, and as I said, there'll be a few throughout. So when it comes to Ag Society operations, if they operate a facility such as the Onaway District Agricultural Facility, they have historically received funding that is the larger allocation rather than grant stacking or receiving more than one category of funds. So they wouldn't receive both the Ag Society category and the Arena category. They would only receive the Arena category. So this means that in all of this, the only 3 Ag Societies that receive funding through the Ag Society category are the Alberta Beach, the Mayerthorpe, and now I gotta find it. Alberta Beach, Mayerthorpe, and why is it not here? I'm not on a page in your agenda. Sorry, this is because it's live, so I've sorted it. Maybe, because I'm missing one. Give me 1 second, please. That's who it is, thank you, Darwell. So of those, 2 of them are tied to ICF, and again, they've historically received $3,000. So there's really only one that we have flexibility with in this one, and that would be the Darwell. Both Alberta Beach and Mayerthorpe are tied to the ICF at $3,000. I'm not sure what the process is you want, if we want to make a decision as we go, if we want to throw some numbers in and see what we end up in the bottom line. What is your preference?
Council, what would you prefer? Making changes as we go so it's easier, or everyone takes notes and you do one lump sum change at the end? So
There's lots to unpack here, obviously. And there's lots of big numbers in here that we should look at. I'd say go one by one or group by group or something. Maybe group by
Can we
group.
kind of group those? Like, I noticed there's a bunch of ball diamond ones and there's a bunch of, similar ones. Can we?
So like Alberta Beach is a category of its own. There's a pile for them.
That's exactly what I would like to
The buses, then there's ice rinks and curling rinks and, arenas, stuff like that maybe, right?
if that's possible.
So on the screen, I've lumped it by category. So we're talking Ag Societies right now. So there's the 3 that we've just mentioned.
Sorry, just gonna interrupt. Jen, could you dim the lights a little bit so we could see the screen? Could you dim the lights just a bit? Thank you.
So Trista, you got a blue column, a beige column, and a purple column, and a green column, I think? What does the blue stand for? Is that fully, which ones are fully grant? Which ones are we paying? Are we paying the one in the green, I think?
No, we're paying the one in the orangey pinky, this one here. This is the recreation and facility.
Okay, so that's all
program
direct
assistance.
money, no grants
This
from
is all
us.
rec money. This one is FCSS. This one is donations and sponsorships.
Still coming from us,
It's all coming from us, just different pots of money.
though. Okay.
So just for clarity, the recreation grant is allocated with the dollars that we receive through the recreation special tax. FCSS is mandated by the province, not mandated that we have to have a grant program, but the purpose of the use of funds is mandated by the province. And the donations and sponsorships is again at our discretion.
And the FCS program is funded 50% by us?
FCSS is 80% province, 20% county.
20.
Minimum.
I think
So
we do 40 though, we're special.
Yeah, we do give a little bit more.
So how much money do we collect from the recreation fund on taxes? Total?
Sorry, estimated this year at $699,600.
Okay, and we spend every dollar of it on recreation stuff.
Yeah, so the recreation tax bylaw, because it's a special tax, is supposed to be expended in the year that it is collected.
So basically, as I understand it, what we're doing here is the bottom line is the bottom line. It's $700,000, and we've got that to spend. The budget shows how we've so far allocated it, but some of the policies, we may want to simplify it because some of this takes up a lot of our time. It takes up even more of staff time. Every time there's $100 to bring here, I mean, look at the ball things and the kerfuffle that causes and everything. Are we better off picking a better way to do this that's more efficient? And it might be like, let's use the community halls one as an example. We've got, we have 15 community halls or something like that. And then we give them all something, and then we allow, every time they need $500, they come back to us. So, maybe, and I'm not saying that's the answer, maybe it's better than we give $1,500 per, or something like that?
We give $2,000 to halls that are in the county and $1,500 to halls that are in the other municipalities.
Okay, so rather than that, and then how much discretionary do we give? That varies every year? Yeah, so if we take away that discretionary and up it a little bit for each hall, as an example, it would really cut the administration work down. And so it's just an idea to go through it and try to streamline it. It's not going to save us money. 700,000 are there, but where it will save us money is in administrative time. And probably for communities as well. They know they're going to get, rather than 2,000, they get, I don't care, 3,000 or whatever that number works out to, right? And that's why Trista's got it live. If we play with it, we'll see where we end up at.
Yeah, Bo.
Yeah, I agree with Jürgen 100% on that. They keep coming back and asking for more. It's just more time consumption, and it's not efficient at all. If we could narrow it down, have a budget, and stick to the budget, I think that'd be great. If we can narrow it down.
The other suggestion I had might be I know other organizations I've been involved with do this, where the director, or in our case, the counselor, has a fund of X number of dollars in their division that, for the smaller things. So rather than it coming back here to approve that you know your area and know you have $500 or $1,000 or whatever that is that's on the budget, and that can be spent on those projects in your division. You might even go together. Say you two that are close to Onaway, you might say, hey, I'll throw in 100, you throw in 100, and we'll help.
Mine would be easy. I got no halls. I got no community things anywhere. I got no money.
Say, don't give them anything then. Don't get. But that's all that I think we gotta. How can we make stuff easier? It isn't. We're not going to reduce the dollars, but I think we can make it more efficient.
If I can make a suggestion, or just as an idea throwing out, but having the municipalities have their own responsibility for what's, like Alberta Beach, we fund a lot, but if we just gave like one lump sum to Alberta Beach and say, okay, now you divvy it, and then call that our donation, or if that's able.
It's absolutely possible. We did explore that when we were going through the ICF process the last time. The concern that council and administration of that time had, and I would agree, is that we kind of lose our pats on the backs, because it looks like the funding is coming from those municipalities and not from Lac St. Anne County.
The other thing, though, just for quick information for council, I just went through your spreadsheet just to see, because there's always been a conversation about, well, maybe the east is getting more than the west and that sort of thing. It really isn't the case. The way you have it divided up and where it's going, it's not exactly 50-50, but it's within 10% of being 50-50. And what I mean by that is the east is getting about 10% more than the west, but our population and number of facilities and stuff is greater than that, and so that kind of makes sense. So I agree with Jürgen. I think what we need to do is, first of all, the little things, the little one-offs are the ones that are costing us the most money. And, you know, the whole staff is working on giving somebody a $500 donation, and in all that work to get it done, we spent $610 to give them $500. So we have to be cognizant of that. So I think adjusting what is actual, you go ahead and do. If it's over this amount of money, then we want to see it. If it's not over that amount of money, administration can decide, and or your way of saying, okay, to each individual counselor, you've got this budget, you've got this budget, I got that. Which, what that does though, that takes away what you said earlier about what we do.
Yeah.
We do everything regionally. So if we start getting a little bit of a budget here, I think that goes back to a way we didn't want to be. So I'm not in favor with each counselor getting a little bit of money. I am in favor though with each counselor coming to a meeting and saying, hey, I have this organization, can we talk about this? Can we deliberate it, and whatever the result is the result. Either yea or nay. Be happy.
Sorry, Bo. Oh, Trista?
I was just going to say, I didn't actually do a comparison on east to west, so that's interesting. Administratively, though, I agree. It is a whole lot simpler just to cut a check and say, here you go, use it however you need to see fit. There's been discussion on whether or not we need to sit at the table and go through their budget, but they're their own entities. They should be responsible themselves for operating in the best that they can. The way the policy is written right now, they do have to provide final accounting. So in most of these cases, there's no application form unless it's over and above. But there is a final accounting form that's required of them. And we can continue with that. We do review it. Donna's a little bit pen to paper calculator out to make sure every penny's accounted for. But there's different levels. So if they receive up to $1,000, they just need to submit a one-pager that says, we use the money on this. If it's $1,001 to $5,000, then we ask for that final report that we use it on this and submit the receipts. This is specific to the recreation. And then if anything over $5,000, we actually require them to submit their audited financial statement, budget, I believe, a 3-year budget annually. So those are things like the arenas and that. So we don't go through it with a fine-tooth comb as far as their budgeting process, but we have that information so we can say, you know, when they come back for an extra $100,000, we could look at how they're budgeting and say, well, maybe you could increase your user fees to offset, right? Those kinds of things. We don't do that unless we absolutely have to, but we definitely don't want to be sitting at the table at 100 different organizations telling them how to spend their $1,000.
How can we make this simpler?
It's actually quite simple now. That's what we're doing. Primarily, it's just to look at, see if that's where you want those numbers at. And maybe this year they have to stay at, you know, the halls at 2,000 to meet the budget. But next year we look at, you know, heaven forbid we just reduce taxes, but increasing the special recreation tax by $10 or whatever it is that works out to increase these from 2,000 to 3,000. So it's basically just looking probably at the numbers that we can play with. And I can bring them back if you say, well, let's look and see what kind of an impact another $1,000 to the community halls would be. I was just going to go down to the special events, because these are the special events are the ones that get us. And not that I don't think that they're important to happen in each of the communities, because they really are, but I think we need to have a little bit more parameter around how we're allocating for the special events. And is it to look at whether or not it's a fundraiser for a community association, or is it just a community event that's being put on a cost recovery hopeful basis? So if we're donating $1,000, which is typically what we have been funding for the larger special events, is that just going into their bank account as a fundraiser, or is that actually going to support the activities in the event? I don't know how we control that one, but that's one place where we could kind of potentially look at reducing, or again, when we look at the communities, do we say, okay, so I'll pick on Darwall, for example. Darwall has 3 or 4 large special events. Do we say, here's $2,000, groups work together and figure out how you're going to use this $2,000, or does everyone still get $1,000 for each of their events?
That is, each event might be run by separate people, so it might be really tough on their end. If you just give it to one group, the other 2 groups may never see anything, right? That I'm not sure how they organize it, but I doubt that they're all the same organizers of all 3 events, right?
The Darwell Ag Society runs all 3 of those, for instance. Yes.
Dale, did you have your question?
My question was the to be decided ones. Is that what that means? There it says TBD, is that, or what is that? TBO? Mayerthorpe, what is that? To be decided or TBO?
Is to be decided. So I'm just going to, I don't know which one you're looking at specifically, but if we look at this one on the screen, the Mayerthorpe Fun Hockey. So the minor sports are, let me just find the right numbers. When we look at the lump sums for them, fun hockey is $50 per team, minor hockey is $100 per team, skating clubs are $10 per participant, soccer clubs are $50 per team, school athletics is $1,000 per school, and then minor ball breaks it out a little bit further. So when I say TBD, it's because this might be what it is this year, but it depends on the number of participants they have for next year. The other kind of anomalies in there is if they don't offer a program. So if they dissolve or something like that.
How do you budget for that if you don't know how many participants you're going to have next year? Like if you get 5 more teams all of a sudden?
We just estimate it. But if you look at, so for example, when I say there's a commitment through the ICF for, I think that was Marathorpe Fun Hockey. So the ICF agreement shows $250. That was established several years ago, or a few years ago anyway. In 2025, however, the actual allocation based on those numbers was $890. So the ICF actually only ties us to $250, but because we have this other funding formula on the backside, they're getting more than that.
So that was where I was going with my comment. If that's to be decided and our ICF agreement says this amount, why are we giving more?
It goes back to that equitable allocation. So like programs get like funding. So is it fair to the Marathorpe Ball program that they get $250 based on a flat fee number that's in an agreement, and Zangudo gets $300 because they got X number of players? So it's just, that's all it goes back to. And my assumption, and I'll look to the ICF members, is that all those will be negotiated this year anyway. So it's just to get us through 2026, what are we going to do?
Okay, so any more questions? Yep, Bo?
I got a suggestion. I think we need some time to look at these numbers and these categories and come back at the next meeting with some answers from us, what we'd like to see. To go through this whole list right now would take us hours.
I do have one question for you. The Farming Forward contribution says agreement and draft for 21,000. What's that about?
So if I remember correctly, what that was in the beginning was a club out of the Ag Services Board that did different types of growing of pasture and forage. That's how that started.
That's absolutely right. So Farming Forward is it was previously known as the West Central Forage Association. And so it was kind of a partnership between Lac-Saint-Anne County and that organization. Many municipalities contribute to that group. So they actually are housed out of the Quonset piece across the highway here. And they do plot demos and those kinds of things and work quite significantly with the Ag Services team. They do a lot of the events.
Bo?
Maybe. Plot.
So with us going through this list here and we come across a number like that, 20-some thousand dollars, how do we know what it's going to?
We get reporting back.
No, I mean to make a decision today. How do we know, what that number means, what that number pays for? Or whether the organization is still in place?
Just ask me the question and I'll tell you the answer. If I don't know the answer, I'll have to go back and get it. The 21,000 specifically is for their operations though, so it goes to general operations of that organization.
Have we done this typically every year for that amount, or is it just?
Yeah, it's been several years that we've committed that.
Does anybody know about this program?
I think we would need information on that for sure. That's a huge
Is it a good
ticket
program?
item.
I don't know anything about it.
It's an old program,
Which is that?
the Forge program.
Oh, the Forge.
Yeah.
And I can bring
started-
information back on that one specifically. My caution with that one is that there is an unwritten agreement with that organization to provide those dollars.
Well, I'm just saying, we could look at stuff like that. Is
Can
it
you bring us that
viable?
agreement
Is
when
it-
you bring back that information as well, so we can see what we're up against? Can you bring that agreement when you come back with the information on that particular organization and why we're funding it?
It's unwritten, so it's probably a handshake.
Is that through the Ag Service Board?
Yes, it's initiated through the Ag Services Board.
Is it in their budget or addition?
No, it's moved out into the donations and sponsorships. Actually, no. Give me one second
I
here.
believe that's coming out of their budget.
Give me 1 second. I think it is.
So why would that come out of recreation?
So it doesn't come out of the recreation fund, it comes out of the ag services budget. But it's still an allocation, so it's listed as a donation and sponsorship because we sponsor that organization. So the purple column is ag services, and they have a line item for different allocations within ag services.
Dale.
So then, Jill, it doesn't come in twice? It's not in ag services and then it's in our budget neither, just the once?
Okay, do we have any more questions? No. Would someone like to, oh, Trista?
And I understand the need to be looking at these a little more closely and coming back. My caution is this has been provided to council through the orientations, and so I was kind of hoping to get a little more direction today on either funding or how we want to go about it at least. The screen in front of you are the organizations that have been calling in to see kind of where they are. So when we talk about Seniors Week celebrations and the declaration that we did earlier, there's the $600 that we would allocate out. So if council's okay, it's in the budget, and we're okay to do those two. Community Futures Lemonade Day, that's coming up here right away. That's a $750. It's actually $1,500, but we have, I think the last 2 years, partnered with the other municipalities because there's not an actual lemonade stand that happens in the county typically. It's either in Onaway, Alberta Beach or Mayerthorpe. And so the request to each municipality is $500. We've split that with them because there's county participants. They just go into those municipalities to participate in that program. Again, that is a budgeted item. Like all these are within budget. The town of Onaway asked for some money for a business breakfast, and I don't know if that event actually happened. It was scheduled for a while ago. I don't know if they delayed it or if it actually happened. We did have a motion in 2025 to allocate $500, and so they asked again this year. That one we don't need a decision today. I can confirm whether or not the event actually happened first. The Sangodo Community Development Summerfest. So as with all of the summer festivals, they're starting to get a little anxious, wanting to know if they're going to get some funding or not. So they are on here. We have funded $1,000 in the past. Here's one of my anomalies. This organization for the, and I don't even know if council would know this, but there's a resolution that they actually take over the Sangodo Riverside Campground for that weekend. So that's already, in my opinion, a donation of land. And we actually, our caretakers don't work that weekend. They stay around and participate in the event, I believe, but that is $1,000 ask. The What Women Want conference is one in Alberta Beach. We have typically funded that one about $500. Polynesian Days, again, a summer festival. They're wanting to know what we're going to contribute. The Lac-Saint-Anne County Grad Mugs, and Cindy can probably talk to this a little bit as well. This is an internal, we funded out of the recreation grant up to $2,000. And what we do is we've bought in the past to-go cups for their water that just have a little congratulatory message to the grads. So that's Onaway and Mayerthorpe, and each grad gets a cup, is what we've used in the past. Here's my $50 example, the Darwell and Ag Society, their bench show, they're looking for $50. Sangodo Hort Club, they have an annual garden day that we have funded in the past for $500. Again, those aren't recreation, those last two, the bench show and the garden club, those are funded out of the ag budget lines. But I've put them in here because they are still donations and sponsorships, and they should be at a discretion of council if we're going to look at the whole donation, sponsorship, and grants. And then the other one is the Onaway Children's Fair. That event has happened. It's for a child and family information event. It's held in Onaway. They bring in a bunch of different AHS and different supports to be available for families to gather information. And that request is for $1,000 through FCSS.
Dale, did you want to ask your question?
So, yeah, thank you. And we also loan money to some of these exercise net. Is that on top of this? So annually, like say, for example, Rich Valley, this Pickett, we're giving them 119,500, and we also gave them a loan which they're paying back over time?
Correct. So we have a couple of interest-free loans that are out there. They are one of them. Darwell Library, I think there's 3. Onaway Curling Club are the 3 that come to the top of my head. So they were lump sum loans that they are paying back annually.
Okay, thank you.
Jillian?
And I apologize if I'm overstepping. I think what GM Trista has really stressed is that some of these groups have relied on this funding year over year and may have already been anticipating that this would be a continued item, and that there is budget as part of the 2027 process for budget. As we establish that budget, we could look at what are regular funding grants that we do for these organizations to ensure they can sustain in the community. What are some that are one-times or one-off ones where maybe there's more discretion around that? I just wanted to note that. And there's the 4 loans. The other one is the Lac St. Anne Foundation one. Yeah.
So then basically what we just heard was the fact, this is already the number that's in the budget, this is the number that people are expecting, and we need to just approve this one, take it home, and come up for one for 27? Is that what I heard?
That would be lovely, but it doesn't have to be that way. The organizations, some of them will be relying on this funding for sure, but because it's an annual allocation, they are told every year in their correspondence that it is an annual allocation and then the funding could be adjusted every year, so that they shouldn't anticipate it. Now, they shouldn't and they do are 2 different things.
Ed?
So through taxation, we collect the 700 grand, right? And then that all goes back except for the $1,000 on this spreadsheet that you provided us today, right? Or 1,100.
I'm not sure where you see the 1,100, but it all goes back.
Yeah, on the bottom, if you scroll down a bit more, right there. Oh, you got 4,000 on yours, so you're a bit different.
The 11,960 over here is donations and sponsorships.
No, I'm talking the FCSS. Excuse me, $4,100 there.
Yeah. Oh, the other anomaly, told you I'd have a few of those, is somehow we have ended up with a surplus somewhere along the line in the recreation. So we do have a reserve of $42,000 that is in there. So we do have, for lack of a better term, that slush fund, should an organization come and say, the ice plant crashed, we need some help. We do have a little bit of slush fund in there.
And just to add in, we have committed to do a review of the reserves and an overview of how all the reserves and the funds within each reserve, how they come to be, how we spend them. And so just as part of all of our learnings, that will be coming forward, I believe, in July.
Okay, do we have any more?
Yeah, I got one more question here. You mentioned that some of these are funded through like the Ag Society or the Ag Board, correct? Some of these numbers on here?
Not the Ag Services Board, the Ag Services operating budget.
Okay, from their operating budget, but yet we're seeing it here in the grand totals, included into these totals at the bottom.
Sorry, correct, because they are allocations and we're looking at the overall arching county policies on donation sponsorships and grants. And so I've presented them here so that you're aware that those organizations also get funding potentially from another source of county dollars.
Okay, so it is accounted for in the loop. Okay.
Okay, any more questions, or can we decide on a motion?
What if we approve those 5 or 6 on your list that are pressing right now? Whatever's there, 10 or whatever there is, 12, 14 of them? Does that work, you guys?
I guess it's already budgeted, all this money, and this is for 2026, so like all this is happening and all this is coming up, so maybe it's better just to approve this as is for this year, and then we can work on it till August budget deliberations again.
Jillian, if I can just add, from experience in other municipalities, it does get tricky for council to do it individually, line by line, because everyone has in their hearts of hearts where they want to land and and also subjective of what feels high and low in an amount. This may be something, as Councillor Gifford is noting, that we approve and in good principle of how we've done things in the past, and develop more of a working session on what your principles would be for funding these types of things in the future. But I have seen it been difficult to get consensus when you all take it away and work on it and then come back with so many line items. It's just an observation.
Okay, thank you. Jürgen?
I would agree with Ed as well. I think it probably to try to change it halfway through the year now is going to be too complicated, and let's do that. That you can go ahead and you know, as it's budgeted, you give those funds, approve them, and makes it easier for those organizations as well. So I would be in favor of that.
Okay, can we get a motion?
Yeah, I'd make that motion to approve this for the 2026 year. To go ahead and, go ahead with this.
Okay, discussion? Nope. All in favor? Any opposed? Nope. Okay, carried. And we are meeting adjourned. 2:58. Goal